Hello everyone, Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in My Hero Academia with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Part 7. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
News Flash, NHK Special Report, 8:30 p.m. The city was paralyzed. Across every digital billboard in Mustafa, a stark, black and white emergency broadcast replaced the usual colorful advertisements for hero merchandise. Repeating our lead story, the Yamanote Line Express, which left Mustafa Station at 1:05 p.m., is still missing. Authorities have officially classified this as a Class S villain attack. While the League of Villains is the primary suspect, no ransom demands or manifestos have been issued, nor has any other group claimed responsibility. The National Police Agency is working alongside the Hero Public Safety Commission, but search efforts are at risk of being suspended due to the severe weather front currently hitting the coast. The reporter's voice wavered. At this time, we have been asked not to release the passenger manifest to protect the family's privacy. However, sources confirm that over 700 individuals were on board. In homes across Mustafa, the news felt like a physical blow. Families of commuters stared at the screen in paralyzed horror, realizing the delay they had been complaining about was a villain attack. The HPSC has issued the following statement. The screen cut to Madam President at a podium, her expression carved from stone. This attack represents an escalation in villain activity that we cannot and will not tolerate. The League of Villains has demonstrated a willingness to commit mass murder to achieve their goals. We are mobilizing every available resource to locate survivors and bring those responsible to justice. The search will continue regardless of weather conditions or operational difficulties. We will not abandon hope. We will not stop searching. Cut back to the anchor. Family members of the missing passengers are asked to contact the dedicated emergency hotline. We'll continue to provide updates as this situation develops. For those with family members who may have been on the affected train, please stay tuned to this channel for ongoing coverage. We will bring you any developments as they occur. The anchor's tone softened even more. Our thoughts are with all those affected by this tragedy. Yamanote Line Overpass, 9:40 p.m. The rain had started an hour ago. Aizawa stood at the edge of the platform where the portal had appeared, his hands in his pockets and his capture scarf hanging limp and soaked around his neck. Below him, the tracks stretched empty in both directions. Police tape fluttered in the wind. The forensic teams had finished hours ago, leaving behind only chalk marks and evidence tags that were slowly being washed away by the rain. He'd been standing here for 20 minutes, just looking, trying to understand, trying to see what he'd missed. The sound of footsteps on wet concrete made him turn. Detective Tsukachi approached, umbrella in hand, though he wasn't bothering to use it. His suit was as soaked as Aizawa's hero costume. Thought I'd find you here, Tsukachi said quietly. Aizawa didn't respond, just turned back to stare at the empty tracks. The search teams are being recalled, Tsukachi continued. Storm's too dangerous. They'll resume at dawn. And what are they expecting to find at dawn? Bodies? Probably. Not if All Might can help it, though. Tsukachi rubbed his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, that just slipped out. It's fine. You're probably used to comforting people like that, Aizawa uttered. However strong the symbol of peace was, he would be of no help in the current situation. The satellites? The storm is obscuring everything now. Thermal imaging is useless. If there's debris, it's being scattered 1,000 miles apart. He paused. The official report will list them as missing for the next 72 hours. After that, They'll change it to presumed deceased. Tsukachi said, looking down at his shoes. The HPSC is already talking about the liability shift. If the public finds out the league targeted this specific train because a UA student was on it, the one who just became the face of the Hosu rescue, there will be a riot. They'll blame the school for bringing the war to a civilian commute. Let them blame us, Aizawa said, his eyes flashing red for a brief, useless second. I'm the one who told him to go home. I told him he'd be safe if he just took the train and stayed out of the spotlight. Eraserhead. Naomasa sighed helplessly. Don't mention it. Aizawa cut him off. I can't help with this situation. Worrying more is useless, so I'll put my efforts in areas I can actually work on. That is, finding the league. There was a long silence between them. Finally, Naomasa sighed again. I'll let you know if anything comes up. There are probably a lot of families I have to face back at the station. Go, Aizawa muttered indifferently. I'm staying here a little longer. That was the end of it. As the detective walked away, Aizawa reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, crumpled piece of paper. It was a permission slip for a training exercise Yuta hadn't signed yet. He stared at it until the rain turned the ink into a blue blur. You'd better be swimming, kid, Aizawa muttered, his hand trembling slightly. Because if you're not, I'm going to burn that league to the ground. The ringing sound from his pocket interrupted his thoughts. He took the phone out. The screen was slick with rainwater. Looking at the name Nizu glowing through the blur, he answered, Eraserhead. Show Yuta. Nizu's voice came through, uncharacteristically devoid of its usual high-pitched cheer. I assume you've seen the HPSC's latest directive. I have, he uttered blandly. What about the family? There was a pause on the other end. Aizawa kept on walking until he stood under the eaves of a closed convenience store to keep out of the rain. That is why I'm calling. Where are you? 30 minutes later, the taxi stopped on the block in Hainohara City. I'm here, he said after the call went through. Midnight is already there. She's waiting 2 blocks from the Akutami residence. Shota, I will be blunt. This is the hardest part of the job, and you have had a very long day. If you wish to return to campus, I can have Vlad King or even myself handle the notification. No, Aizawa cut him off. Shota, I was the one who authorized his early departure, Aizawa said, staring at his reflection in a dark puddle. He was my student, my intern. I was the one who told him he'd be safe. If she has to hear that her son is possibly dead, she deserves to hear it from the man who failed to protect him. And he paused. I deserve to see exactly what my logical decisions cost. It's a burden I won't pass on to anyone else. There was a long pause on the other end. Very well. Midnight has the official HPSC dossiers. Godspeed, Shota. The line went dead. Aizawa pocketed the phone and stepped back out into the rain. The Akutami residence. Simultaneously. Can you believe this? Rin said, staring at the TV in Aiko's living room. An entire train. Just gone. Aiko shook her head, eyes on the news footage. 716 people. Those poor families. Do they know what happened? I mean, really? The news says it's the League of Villains. Some kind of warp quirk. But Aiko's voice dropped. How do you make a train disappear? Eri sat on the floor with her coloring books, only half paying attention. Mama Aiko, when is Yuta coming home? Not for a few more days, sweetie. He's doing his hero internship. Oh, okay. Aiko turned back to Rin. I can't imagine what those families are going through. I know, right? Honestly, villain attacks are getting more frequent this year. First UA, then Hosu. It's barely been a day, and now this. Rin looked at her and smiled. It must be hard for you. You have such an outstanding son, yet you worry so much for his safety. You're the most popular mother in the prefecture right now. Aiko let out a forced smile, knowing she was referring to Hosu. Yeah, it's exhausting. The heater was humming, and the scent of ginger tea filled the air. I just wish he'd be a little less popular in the getting into danger category, Aiko replied, though she couldn't hide the pride in her voice. Internally, however, her heart was a battlefield of conflicted feelings, pride and worry. She kept replaying the news footage from Hosu and kept sighing every time. I'm just glad he's with his teachers, Aiko murmured. With everything going on, being with pros from U.A is probably the safest place in Japan. She wanted to wrap him in a blanket and never let him leave the house again, but she knew that wasn't the life he chose, or the life that chose him. Just let him have one normal week, she prayed silently. No monsters or villains, just homework and... The conversation drifted to lighter things. The garden, the upcoming local festival, and Eri's progress with her drawings, creating a small bubble of domestic bliss. Aiko felt a rare moment of stillness, unaware that the very train she was mourning for was the one Yuta had secretly boarded to surprise her. That bubble burst with 3 sharp, heavy knocks on the front door. Rin froze, her hand hovering over a plate of cookies, while Eri looked up from her coloring book with wide, curious eyes. That's strange, Rin whispered, glancing at the clock. It's a bit late for visitors. Is it Yuta? Eri asked with bright eyes. Maybe it is. Hold on, I'll go check. The doorbell rang. Aiko frowned. Who could that be? Eri's eyes lit up, the small wooden cat she was holding forgotten on the rug. Is it Yuta? She asked, her voice high with hope. Maybe, Rin said. I'll go check. She stood up and walked to the door. Through the peephole, she could see 2 figures standing in the rain, both in hero costumes. She opened the door, and standing on the threshold were 2 figures known to every household in Japan. Well, Midnight was well known, while Eraserhead was more of a mystery. Oh, good evening, Midnight said, her voice soft. We are looking for Aiko Akutami. I'm here, Aiko called out from the living room as Rin stepped aside. Mrs. Akutami? Midnight began. I'm Midnight, and this is Eraserhead. We're from UA High School. May we come in? Yes, of course. The door closed behind them. Mama Aiko, who are these people? Eri asked while rubbing her forehead. Eri, these are teachers from your brother's school. You mean UA? Yes, that's right. Midnight smiled and answered. Hello there, little one. Is Yuta with you? Eri asked, already moving toward him. Did he come home early? The way both heroes' faces fell, just for a fraction of a second, told Aiko more than she wanted to know. Her hands gripped the armrests of her wheelchair as a heavy feeling welled up within her. Eri, sweetheart, Aiko said, her voice remarkably steady. Can you go to your room for a moment? Take your coloring books. The grown-ups need to talk. But I want to see Yuta. Eri. The sternness in Aiko's tone made the girl freeze. Your room. Now, please. Eri's lower lip trembled, sensing something wrong, but she gathered her books and crayons and shuffled down the hallway. Once her door clicked shut, Aiko turned to face the heroes fully. The silence stretched. Please, Aiko said, gesturing to the couch. Sit down. Midnight and Aizawa exchanged a glance, then moved to the living room. Rin hovered near the kitchen doorway, wringing her hands. Can I make tea? Rin offered weakly. That would be lovely, thank you, Midnight said gently. But no one really wanted tea. It was just something to do to ease the atmosphere for what was going to come next. Aiko wheeled herself to face them directly, her wheelchair positioned between the couch and the television, which was still playing the news coverage of the missing train on mute. Forgive me for being blunt, Aiko said. But heroes don't show up at someone's door this late at night to deliver good news. Aizawa leaned forward, elbows on his knees. No, they don't. Aiko's breath caught, but she forced herself to stay calm. Is my son hurt? Is he in the hospital? Mrs. Akutami, is he in trouble? Did something happen at his internship? Her voice was rising now, the questions coming faster. Yuta's stunt in Hosu, while brilliant, could lead to a myriad of possible problems. Did he get into another fight? Was there an attack? Is he? Your son isn't at his internship, Aizawa interrupted gently. Aiko blinked. What? This afternoon, after the Hosu incident yesterday, I authorized Yuta's early departure from UA. He was mentally exhausted, and I felt it was best for him to go home and rest. He was coming home? Aiko's face lit up for just a moment. Today? Why didn't he call? When will he? She stopped, realizing the core of the issue. He said earlier today, but it was already late at night and her son still wasn't home. The way Midnight was looking at her only made the awful feeling in her gut worse. Where is my son? She asked. Mrs. Akutami. Aizawa paused. Have you been watching the news today? The news? Aiko glanced at the television, still showing the aerial footage of the empty train tracks, the search operations, and the headlines. You mean the train that disappeared? The League of Villains attack. Yes. What does that have to do with? She stopped again. The television, the train, the timing. Her eyes went wide. No, she whispered. No, he wasn't. He couldn't have been. At approximately 1:03 p.m. this afternoon, Aizawa said, his voice carefully controlled, Yuta boarded the Yamanote line at Mustafu Station. The train departed at 1:05 p.m. At 1:06 p.m., the train disappeared. Aiko stared at him. You're telling me, she said slowly, each word precise, that my son was on that train, the one that's been missing for 9 hours, the one everyone's searching for. Yes, you're certain. I tracked his movements as part of our security protocols following the incident with his prior internship. We had concerns about the Shai Hasaikai targeting him again. Aizawa's voice was steady, but there was something raw beneath it. His phone's GPS signal shows he boarded the train. The signal terminated at exactly 1:06 and 14 seconds p.m., along with every other device on that train. That's when the train disappearance occurred. Aiko's hands went to her mouth. Rin, standing in the kitchen doorway with forgotten teacups, let out a choked sob. No, Aiko said. No, that's not. There has to be a mistake. Maybe he got off before it left. Maybe his phone just died. Maybe. We verified with the station's security footage, Midnight said gently. We saw him board. The list of victims hasn't been revealed yet, but we have timestamped records. There's no mistake. But they haven't found anything, Aiko said desperately, gesturing at the television. The news says no wreckage, and nothing's been found yet, so maybe he wasn't on it. Maybe. Mrs. Akutami. Aizawa's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. I understand the news is difficult to hear. Yes, it is true that we have no conclusive proof. However, we at U.A felt it would be best to inform you about the possible danger he is in. The room fell silent except for the sound of rain against the windows. What do you think happened? To the train? To the people on it? To my son? Midnight and Aizawa exchanged another look. The truth, Aiko quickly added. I want the truth. Don't you dare sugarcoat this. Aizawa nodded slowly. The villain responsible is named Kurogyri. He has a warp gate quirk, the ability to create portals and transport objects or people across large distances. Based on the scale of this attack and his known capabilities, We believe the train was displaced somewhere between 500 and 1,000 kilometers from Mustafa. Displaced where? We don't know the exact location, but based on the complete absence of any signals, any wreckage washing ashore, or any witnesses, he paused. The most likely scenario is that the train was transported over the ocean. Deep water, far from any land. Aiko's face went ashen. The ocean. Most likely, yes. And if they were dropped from... She couldn't finish the sentence. The impact would depend on the altitude, Midnight said quietly. If the train was deposited at sea level, there's a chance some passengers survived the initial displacement. If it was dropped from height, the impact with water at terminal velocity would be equivalent to hitting concrete. Aizawa finished. There was no point in lying. Most would have died on impact. Those who survived would be in cold ocean water with no food, no shelter, and likely severe injuries. Rin was openly crying now, one hand over her mouth. Aiko just stared at them, her mind trying to process information it couldn't accept. How long? She whispered. How long could someone survive in those conditions? It depends on many factors, Midnight said. Water temperature, physical condition, injuries sustained. But in the open ocean, with no rescue in sight, give me a number. 24 to 48 hours, Aizawa said. Maybe longer for someone young, fit, with survival training. Your son has enhanced physical capabilities from his quirk. That improves his odds. But you don't think he made it. We don't know, Aizawa said. And that's the truth. We have no bodies, no wreckage, no confirmation of anything. The search is ongoing. Coast Guard, JSDF, over 200 professional heroes, everyone is looking. The storm has complicated things, but operations will resume at dawn. But you came here tonight, Aiko said, her voice hollow. You came to tell me before the news released the passenger manifest. You came because you think there's no point waiting. We came because you have a right to know. Aizawa lowered his head and got on his knees. I'm his teacher and his internship mentor. I authorized his departure due to my miscalculations. As my responsibility, what has happened now is my greatest shame, and I am truly sorry. He placed his head on the ground in a dejiza. The silence that followed was deafening. We're sorry, Midnight said softly. I know those words mean nothing right now, but on behalf of UA, we are so truly sorry. Tears began to stream down Aiko's face, silent at first, then accompanied by small, hiccuping breaths. Sorry? What good does that do now? He was supposed to be safe, Aiko whispered. You. Was meant to be the safest place for him. I know, Aizawa interrupted, and for the first time his voice cracked slightly. This is my fault. I'm the one who told him to go home. Him trusting me led to this. He met her eyes. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I failed to protect him. I failed as his teacher. And regardless of the outcome, I will carry that for the rest of my life. Aiko stared at him. At this exhausted, rain-soaked hero who looked like he hadn't slept in days, who was taking personal responsibility for an act of terrorism he couldn't have prevented. Do you? She started, then had to stop and compose herself. Do you have any confirmation? Any proof? No, Midnight said. We haven't found anything new on the train's disappearance. Then there's still a chance. Mrs. Akutami, please. She cut them off. I appreciate you informing me. Now just please leave. I need to process this. Without waiting for a response, she pushed her wheelchair away. Aiko wheeled herself down the hallway, away from the living room, away from the pitying looks and the apologies that meant nothing. She found the small alcove near the bathroom, barely large enough for her wheelchair, and pulled into it, hidden from view. And there, finally alone, she allowed herself to break. Her hands covered her face. Silent sobs racked her body, shoulders shaking with each suppressed breath. However, she forced her sounds as low as possible. Eri's room was right around the corner. She couldn't afford having the little girl see her in this state. Not again. Please, not again. The thought repeated like a mantra. I can't lose him. Not like this. Not after everything. She'd survived stain, survived paralysis, survived single motherhood and every obstacle the world had thrown at her. But losing Yuta? That would destroy her. He promised, she thought desperately, tears streaming between her fingers. He promised he'd be careful. He promised he'd come home. The memory of their last conversation played in her mind. Yuta calling after the Hosu incident, exhausted but alive, telling her he was fine, that he'd handled it, that she didn't need to worry. She'd believed him. She'd let herself believe that her son was strong enough, smart enough, lucky enough to survive anything this world threw at him. Now? No, they said there's no confirmation. That means he's still fine. He's definitely coming back. I know he is. She clung to that hope like a lifeline. Please, she prayed to gods she wasn't sure she believed in anymore. Please let him be alive. I'll do anything. Just let him come home. The house was quiet except for the rain drumming against the windows. Then, a sound fell into her ears. It was faint and pained. And then, Aiko's head snapped up, tears still streaming down her face. Eri. She wiped her eyes quickly and wheeled toward the sound, heart suddenly racing for an entirely different reason. Eri's bedroom door was slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the hallway. Eri, sweetheart? Aiko called softly, pushing the door open. What she saw made her blood run cold. Eri sat on her bed, knees pulled to her chest, both hands pressed against her forehead. Her small body was trembling, face scrunched in pain, and her horn, the small, pearl-white protrusion on her forehead, was glowing. Faintly at first like a night light, then brighter, pulsing with each heartbeat. Eri! Aiko wheeled forward immediately, maternal instinct overriding everything else. Sweetheart, what's wrong? What's happening? It hurts? Eri whimpered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mama Aiko, it hurts. My head hurts so much. Okay, I'm here. I've got you. Aiko reached for the girl, lifting her carefully into her lap. Just breathe, sweetie. Just breathe. Eri buried her face in Aiko's shoulder, small hands clutching at her shirt. Make it stop. Please make it stop. The horn's glow intensified, casting strange shadows across the room. Aiko activated attunement and reached out with her ability, trying to project calm, to soothe whatever pain or fear was overwhelming the child. The moment her quirk touched Eri's mind, Aiko gasped. Power. Uncontrolled. Building power that felt like a dam about to burst. Eri, what? The horn's light exploded. Pale, golden-white radiance flooded the room, emanating from Eri in waves. And Aiko felt it, a sensation she could never describe with any word she could think of. Eri! She cried out, trying to pull away. Eri, you need to stop. You need to. But Eri couldn't stop. Her eyes were wide, tears streaming down her face as the power poured out of her uncontrollably. I can't, Eri sobbed. I can't make it stop. It's too much. They're all gone and it's all coming back and I can't. The light grew brighter, engulfing them both. Aiko felt her body responding violently to the strange energy. Her body started shrinking, hands, age spots fading, wrinkles smoothing. Meanwhile, Rin stood at the door with Midnight and Aizawa, who were preparing to leave. Please tell Mrs. Akutami, Midnight said gently, that UA will cover all funeral expenses should it come to that. And we have counseling services available for both her and Eri. She doesn't have to go through this alone. I'll tell her, Rin said, voice thick with tears. Thank you for coming in person. I know it must have been difficult. It was necessary, Aizawa said. She deserved to hear it from. A scream cut through the house. All three of them froze. Aiko? Rin shouted, already running back inside. Aizawa and Midnight exchanged a split-second glance and followed. They ran down the hallway toward the source of the sound. Eri's room, and stopped dead. Light poured from beneath the closed door. Not normal light. Strange, pale, golden-white radiance that seemed to pulse and breathe. Another cry from inside. This time clearly Aiko's voice. Eri, please. You have to stop. That was all Aizawa needed. He shoved the door open. What the hell? Rin uttered. The scene inside defied explanation. Eri sat in the center of Aiko's lap, horn blazing like a beacon, her small body racked with sobs. Pale light radiated from her in waves, engulfing both her and Aiko in a sphere of energy that seemed to warp the very air around them. Aiko had one arm wrapped around Eri, trying to hold her, to comfort her, even as her own body was clearly being affected. Midnight started forward, but Aizawa threw out an arm, stopping her. Something's wrong with her quirk. The words were followed with his eyes lighting red. The effect was instantaneous. The light cut off like someone had flipped a switch. Eri's horn stopped glowing. The strange, warping energy collapsed inward and vanished. Eri went limp in Aiko's arms, and Aiko followed right after. Damn it. Aiko! Rin moved forward, stabilizing them before they could fall as she struggled to support Aiko's limp weight, the wheelchair tipping dangerously to one side. Midnight rushed forward immediately, helping to stabilize both Aiko and the unconscious Eri still cradled in her arms. Check their pulses, Aizawa ordered, already moving to Eri's side. His eyes were still glowing red even though the girl's quirk had clearly stopped. Midnight pressed 2 fingers to Aiko's neck. Pulse is strong. Breathing steady. She's just unconscious. Same with the girl, Aizawa confirmed, gently checking Eri's vitals. Heart rate elevated but stable. What the hell just happened? Rin demanded, her voice shaking. What was that light? I don't know, but we need to get them both to a hospital. Now. Aizawa carefully lifted Eri from Aiko's lap, cradling the small girl against his chest. Mississippi, can you help Midnight get Mrs. Akutami into the car? Yes, of course. Together, Midnight and Rin maneuvered Aiko out of the wheelchair and supported her weight between them. Her head lolled forward, completely unconscious. My car's out front, Midnight said. We'll take them to Hainohara General. It's closest. Social media, various platforms. Day 2, 7:30 a.m. The news had exploded overnight. What started as confused reports and speculation had transformed into a full-blown national crisis by morning. Across Japan, people woke to headlines that made their blood run cold. Twitter/X, trending topics. Hashtag Yamano tragedy, 2.4 M posts. Hashtag League of Villains, 1.8 M posts. Hashtag Where Are They, 956K posts. Hashtag All Might Where Are You, 743K posts. Hashtag Japan Under Attack, 621K posts. In one night, the Hosu incident had been pushed aside as new headlines dominated social media. The reactions varied through all of Japan, the most prevalent being one word: fear. Tokyo Mom Life, posted at 7:12 a.m. I take that train every single day. Yesterday I was running 10 minutes late because my daughter couldn't find her shoe. That 10-minute delay saved both our lives. I can't stop shaking. I keep thinking about all those people who weren't late, who made their train on time, who are just gone. 47.2K likes, 8.1K retweets, 3.4K replies. Top reply from @CommuteDad. My brother was on that train. He texted me at 1:04 saying he'd made it just in time. That was the last message. His phone's been off ever since. We don't know if he's dead or alive or what happened. The not knowing is killing us. Hero Watch Daily verified, posted at 7:23 a.m. Breaking. Multiple sources confirm the League of Villains as prime suspects in Yamanote Line disappearance. This comes less than 24 hours after their failed Hosu attack. Pattern emerging. LOV is rapidly escalating their operations. Thread. Tweet 2 out of 8 police intelligence suggests the villain, Kurogyri, same Warpgate user from USJ incident, is responsible for the tragedy. But this scale is unprecedented. 89.4K likes, 23.1K retweets. Support our heroes. Posted at 7:45 a.m. To everyone blaming All Might right now. Stop. He can't be everywhere at once. He's one person. There are 200 plus pro heroes searching right now in dangerous conditions. They're risking their lives. Show some damn respect. 12.3K likes, 3.4K retweets. Reply from @where was he? Then what good is a symbol of peace if he can't prevent this? 716 people gone. Families destroyed. And where was All Might? Where was he during Hosu? Where is he now? Silent. Missing. Just like those passengers. 34.7K likes, 9.8K retweets. Reply from @realitycheck 2026. All Might isn't God. He's a man with a quirk. This symbol rhetoric has made people think he can solve everything. He can't. And no one can prevent every attack. Quit sounding like you could do better, basement dweller. 28. 1K likes, 6.2K retweets. @Matsutafa resident. Posted at 8:17 a.m. My neighbor's husband was on that train. She's been calling his phone nonstop for 20 hours. It just rings and rings. No voicemail. No answer. She won't eat. Won't sleep. Just keeps calling. Over and over. This is torture. Why won't someone just tell us what happened? 67.8K likes. 11.2K retweets. @Anonymous Hero Worker. Burner account. Posted at 8:34 a.m. I work for a hero agency. Can't say which. Here's what they're not telling you. The search teams have found nothing. No wreckage. No survivors. No bodies either. It's like the train never existed. Off the record, leadership is calling this a recovery op, not rescue. They don't expect survivors. 91.3K likes, 34.7K retweets. Platform response. This post violates our misinformation policy. Learn more at Student Confessions, Anonymous Submission Board, posted at 8:52 a.m. Submission number 4721. I'm a student at Yogai Hero High and I'm terrified. We just had Hosu yesterday. Now this. What if they come for a school next? What if they just start targeting public transports from now on and just make us disappear? I don't want to die. I don't want to be a hero anymore. 45.6K likes, 8.9K retweets. NHK News. Morning broadcast, 9 a.m. The studio was somber in atmosphere. Good morning. We continue our coverage of what's being called the worst terrorist attack in recent years of Japanese history. The Yamanote Line train carrying an estimated 716 passengers remains missing now for over 20 hours. The screen cut to aerial footage. Coast Guard vessels cutting through choppy waters. Heroes flying in search grids. JSDF helicopters hovering over empty ocean. Search and rescue operations resumed at dawn after yesterday's storm system cleared. However, authorities have yet to locate any wreckage, survivors, or human remains. Cut to interview footage from earlier that morning. Search and rescue coordinator, exhausted, standing on a Coast Guard deck. We're covering a search radius of over 3 million square kilometers. The ocean is vast, and without a more precise location or any debris to narrow our search pattern, this is extremely challenging. Cut back to the studio. The Hero Public Safety Commission has not yet released the official passenger manifest, citing the ongoing process of notifying next of kin. Reporter, off-screen, are you still searching for survivors at this point? Or has this become a recovery operation? The coordinator let out a breath. We operate under the assumption that every minute counts until we have evidence otherwise. Cut back to the studio. The Hero Public Safety Commission has not yet released the official passenger manifest, citing the ongoing process of notifying next of kin. Please stay tuned as we bring more information in real time. HPSC Headquarters, Crisis Management Room, 9:47 a.m. Madam President stood before a wall of monitors, each showing different aspects of the unfolding disaster. Search operations, news coverage, social media sentiment analysis, public safety alerts. Status on passenger manifest release? She asked without turning around. An aide consulted a tablet. 683 families have been notified as of 9:30 a.m. 33 remain. We're working through emergency contacts now, but with phones destroyed, passengers without IC card entries are proving difficult to identify. Most families haven't reported them missing yet. How long until we can release the names publicly? Realistically, another 36 to 48 hours minimum. We need to confirm every identity, notify every next of kin. Releasing an incomplete list would create more chaos than... Understood. Madam President finally turned. What about the UA connection? How contained is it? Another aide spoke up. Mostly contained. Udade hasn't said a word yet, but we have no idea how long it will hold. With respect, ma'am, someone will leak eventually. For one, the boy has a next of kin and who knows how she'll react. We can have you. Be quiet for the meantime, but there's nothing we can do to prevent them informing her unless we want to bear the potential lawsuit that will come after. Even then, that's just for the meantime. He paused, flipping a page. Currently, this incident is taking the nation by storm. With Hosu just being the previous night, the linkage is already everywhere. Soon the media will find those related to the incident to get their statements. In time, someone will probably notice something and inquire from UA. Even if they don't, they will once the manifest is released. Someone will definitely theorize that the league specifically targeted the hero student from Hosu. The resulting reaction would be beyond our control. Unfortunately, ma'am, unless we remove his name from the manifest entirely and suppress everything, then it's inevitable the moment we confirm Yuta Akatami was on that train. I see. The woman replied with a weary frown. The recent events had given her constant headaches. Moving forward with a clear suppression wasn't possible. It concerned you, Dada. The darned rat would never allow it. It was only a matter of time. Then we control the leak. When we release the full manifest, we bury his name in the middle. No special designation. No UA student call-out. Just another name on a very long list. And if journalists make the connection anyway, then UA issues a brief statement expressing grief and declines further comment. No interviews, no special coverage. We do not give the league the satisfaction of knowing they created mass panic by successfully hunting down a teenage boy. The room fell quiet. Reality wouldn't be so simple, but ultimately, it was the best they could do. How's the actual search progressing? Madam President asked. Tactical coordinator brought up new displays. No results, ma'am. Endeavor's team is concentrating thermal scans on the most likely drift patterns based on ocean currents. Hawks has nothing. Prognosis. The coordinator's expression said everything. Survival past 48 hours in the open ocean has less than a 2% probability. We're approaching hour 21. If anyone's still alive out there, they won't be for much longer, Madam President finished. She turned back to the monitors. Continue operations. I want updates every 90 minutes. And get me a direct line to UA. I need to coordinate with Nizu about student security protocols moving forward. Yes, ma'am. Yamanashi Prefecture, Gran Torino's residence, 9:15 a.m. Izuku sat at the newly repaired table, phone in hand, scrolling through news articles with increasingly worried eyes. His breakfast sat untouched on the plate beside him. Breaking news. Yamanote line still missing after 21 hours. Search teams find no trace of 716 passengers. League of Villains blamed for train disappearance. His thumb kept swiping, each headline worse than the last. Kid. Izuku jumped, nearly dropping his phone. Gran Torino stood in the doorway, changed out of his hero costume and into casual clothes. Sorry, Gran Torino. I was just reading about the train. Gran Torino moved to the table, sitting down. I've been watching the coverage too. Oh, I see. Izuku set his phone down. You feel bad, huh? Well, yeah, sorry. I should be focusing on training. I know that, but I can't stop thinking about it. His hands clenched to fists. All those people, they were just trying to get somewhere. They didn't do anything wrong. They weren't heroes or villains. They were just normal people taking a train. The old man reached for his pastries and started eating. Even for a pro like him who had seen and experienced many things, today's dish was quite hard to stomach. Do you think any of them survived? Honestly, Gran Torino took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. No. If the League dropped them in the middle of the ocean like the reports suggest, the impact alone would have killed most. The cold water, the lack of rescue, survival past 24 hours is nearly impossible. Nearly, Izuku latched onto the word. But not completely impossible. Kid, Gran Torino sighed. Don't torture yourself with maybes. The search teams are professionals. If there were anyone alive out there, they'd find them. The fact that they found nothing at all. He trailed off. Izuku's fists clenched on the table. It's not fair. Those people didn't choose to be heroes. They didn't sign up for danger. They were just living their lives and that's exactly why villains are villains, Gran Torino interrupted. I was originally planning on training after breakfast, but I doubt you can train in this state of mind. So take some time to clear your mind. We'll begin in a few hours. Yes, sir. He picked up a pastry, but before taking a bite, he glanced at his phone one more time. The headline had updated. Hour 22. Still no survivors found. Pacific Ocean, 1,047 kilometers east of Tokyo, 2:34 a.m., Day 3. Captain Haruto Kajimaru had been sailing the Pacific for 32 years. In that time, he'd seen a lot of strange things. Bioluminescent squid the size of small cars. Ghost ships drifting with no crew. Once, a yacht loaded with what he was pretty sure were smuggled quirk enhancement drugs. Abandoned and sinking slowly. He'd learned a lot of useful things. Don't ask questions, don't get involved. To keep his head down, his ship moving, and his manifest clean enough to pass inspection but dirty enough to stay profitable was a skill mastered over years. The MV Kanemaru wasn't registered in Japan anymore. Technically, she wasn't registered anywhere. A ghost ship crewed by ghost men, hauling ghost cargo between ports. For folks like them with useless quirks, getting involved with things that didn't concern you meant an ugly death in this day and age. Captain. Haruto looked up from the shipping manifest he'd been pretending to review. His first mate, Koji, a weathered man with a prosthetic arm, stood in the doorway of the bridge. What? You should see this. Haruto sighed. What now? He set down his cold coffee, grumbled, and followed. The deck was dark except for running lights and the faint glow of the moon breaking through scattered clouds. The storm from yesterday had finally cleared, leaving the ocean calm and eerily smooth. Koji led him to the starboard rail and pointed. It was nothing but black water. At first, Haruto didn't see anything. What the hell are you? He paused as his eyes caught something. A shape, floating, maybe 20 meters off the starboard bow. Is that? Haruto squinted. Body, Koji confirmed. Face down. Been trailing us for about 5 minutes. Caught it on the thermal scope. Haruto fell silent. Bodies in the ocean weren't uncommon. Smuggling routes, Yakuza dumping grounds, suicide jumpers. However, one so far out, dead. Thermals reading warmth. Not much, but it's there. Haruto stared at the floating form. At this distance, he could make out dark clothing, pale skin, what might have been red and black fabric. Kid. Looked like a damn kid. We're 3 days behind schedule already, Koji said quietly. Manila's expecting this shipment. We pick up a body, we have to report it. Reporting means authorities. Authorities mean... I know what it means, Haruto snapped. He knew exactly what it meant. Questions about where they'd been, why they were out here, what they were carrying, inspections, delays, maybe arrests if the customs officer was having a bad day. The smart move was to keep sailing. Pretend they hadn't seen anything. Let the ocean take care of it like it always did. Haruto stared at the body. The kid. Bring us alongside, he said. Slow. Don't want to lose him in the wake. Koji's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Captain, I was 17 once too, Haruto said quietly. And when I went overboard off Osaka, some bastard captain pulled me out even though he had every reason not to. I'm not leaving a kid to drown. Koji nodded. Understood. He disappeared back toward the wheelhouse. Haruto moved to the rail, watching as the Kanemaru changed course slightly, engines throttling down to a crawl. The body drifted closer, or rather, they drifted to it. As they approached, Haruto could make out more details. Definitely a teenager. Male. Soaked clothing that looked like some kind of uniform. Red hair, though it was hard to tell in the moonlight. No life jacket. No debris nearby. No wreckage. Just a kid floating face down in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 1,000 kilometers from the nearest land. How the hell did you end up out here? The ship came to a near stop. Koji appeared with 2 other crew members, already lowering the rescue ladder. Careful, Haruto ordered. If he's hypothermic, moving him too fast could stop his heart. Haruto climbed down to the waterline himself. Upon touching the body, they discovered the kid was lighter than expected. Malnourished, maybe. His skin was ice cold and his lips blue, but when Haruto pressed fingers to his neck, there was a pulse. He's alive, Haruto called up. Get the medical kit ready. And warm blankets. Lots of them. They hauled him up the ladder between them, water streaming off his clothes. Once on deck, they laid him on his side in the recovery position. Up close, Haruto could see he was younger than he'd thought. 15, maybe 16. Asian features. Japanese, probably. His clothes were strange. Looked like a school uniform, but nothing Haruto recognized. What do we do with him? One of the crew asked. Haruto pulled a blanket over the unconscious boy. Get him below deck into a bunk. Strip the wet clothes. Wrap him in dry blankets. Monitor his breathing. If he stops breathing, we do CPR until he starts again or we're sure he's gone. If he wakes up, we figure out who the hell he is and how he ended up 1,000 clicks from nowhere. They took the body below deck. Haruto watched from a distance. Kid, you just used up about 9 of your lives getting this far. Hope you have a spare. MV Kanemaru, Crew Quarters, Day 5. 11:47 a.m. It had been 2 days since he had been found in the water. His body was practically freezing cold, heartbeat at an all-time low, and physical condition precarious. The crew had been convinced he wouldn't make it more than a few hours before dying of heart failure. That changed barely an hour after leaving the cold ocean water. His core temperature, instead of continuing to drop as hypothermia victims' temperatures often did even after rescue, began to rise. Slowly at first, then faster. Far faster than should have been medically possible. His heart rate stabilized at a healthy 80 beats barely 20 minutes after. Then alarmingly rose to 95 in seconds and settled at nearly 132. Did he catch a disease? Was the next question that came to mind. No one could decide whether this abnormal sign was good or bad, until they saw the mottled purple-black patches across his arms and torso begin to fade. Holy quirk, Koji muttered to Captain Kajimaru. Has to be some kind of regeneration ability. Yep. From their limited medical knowledge, the boy could be written off as healthy and recovering. However, his heart rate never went back down but climbed even higher. 140 to 150, 175. It was beyond anything any of them had seen before. However, they weren't doctors, and they weren't about to report finding a half-dead teenager to authorities who might ask uncomfortable questions. They could only keep him warm and hope the kid's heart didn't literally jump out of his chest. Else they would have to haul a dead body back into the water. Meanwhile, Yuta's body lay still in the ship's infirmary, chest rising and falling. On the surface, he appeared to be merely sleeping off exhaustion. But beneath the skin, something was changing. His cells, pushed beyond human limits by Uzumaki vitality, stressed to the breaking point by chakra depletion, shocked by hypothermia and near-death, had reached a breaking point of its own. Evolution on a microscopic scale. Just like his near-death state with overhaul, stem cells divided in his bone marrow rapidly. In his muscle tissue, fibers restructured themselves, forming denser networks. In his nervous system, myelin sheaths thickened, improving signal conductivity. Anyone who opened his eyes now would find them blood red with Tomo spinning crazily in all directions, constantly merging and unmerging. While a medical ninja would be able to notice the churning vitality brought about by an overabundance of yang-release chakra. The skin cells on the surface were surging constantly as if agitated in small, unnoticeable waves. The chakra pathways that had healed quite a while ago was experiencing an abundance of yang energy flowing through it like blood through veins. Yet while the pathways from the neck downward were experiencing a strong surge in yang chakra, everything above that was being flooded in the opposite yin attribute chakra. Minutes passed and eventually, the two forces collided and mixed together, forming a spontaneous reaction. While the crew wasn't watching, Yuta's hair color deepened red, then lightened back, then turned to black, before turning red yet again. This phenomenon continued for several minutes before returning to a lighter shade of red. His quirk factor, the specific gene cluster responsible for enhanced control, was mutating. It was chaotic. Chakra couldn't be measured or examined in the world, hence the changes were mostly invisible. Even if doctors had run tests, they would have found a recovering teenager with an extremely abnormal cell division rate. And Yuta, unconscious and dreaming of drowning, had no idea. The deaths of hundreds of people from the Yamanote line haunted him even in his sleep, trapped in a constantly reoccurring nightmare of his mom and airy learning of his death. The pitch-black void of Kurogiri's warp gate. The deep chill of the ocean floor. I'll end you. He murmured on the bed. I'll. The words faded before they could finish. What replaced it was the silence of a barren land stretching for miles on end. What the? The thought had barely formed when it changed yet again. The next moment, he was standing on the ocean, endless open water with nothing alive in it. Am I dead? Soaked from head to toe, he looked down and stiffened. The ocean waters at some point had turned blood red as far as he could see. Hovering on the surface were bodies 90% submerged into the water. The only thing that could be seen was the area from their eyes upwards. It was horrifying. No! He stepped back only to step on something solid. The head of someone else. The body didn't react even as he flinched away. Nothing did. They all just floated there like bodies from a horror movie. He could see their faces clearly. He really wished he couldn't. The old man with the newspaper was the closest. Still wearing his reading glasses, one lens cracked. The girl with the headphones floated a little further out. Her hair fanned around her like she just leaned back to look at the sky. The businessman who'd been complaining about his tie the whole ride. He was there too. Yuta had pulled all three of them from the water himself. The 57 were all there as well. And behind them were the rest. The ones he hadn't reached nor had his shadow clones. None of them were accusing him, yet it only made it feel worse. Damn it! He could feel his heart thumping loudly. So this is what it feels like. This is probably what I would have felt like if I had left Eri that night. The girl with the headphones sank slowly, still looking at him. She couldn't have been older than 17. She probably had somewhere to be that day. Someone to come home to. Some completely ordinary thing waiting for her on the other side of a train ride that she never finished. Time passed slowly as the corpses sank into the ocean. The thumping heart gradually died out. He had grown numb to whatever was left. Yuta didn't move. Here there was nothing to do. No raft to build and no person to attempt saving. It was just him and the spreading dark. The Sharingan was perpetually active, seemingly wanting to record everything it could see despite his attempts to turn it off. The butterfly effect, some part of him noted. Eri for this. That's what it cost. He sat down on the water. It didn't sink. The feeling. Just like that night, I missed my stop and ended up in Machida. The feeling I had in the moments of holding Eri then and there, it was almost the same. The circumstances were different, but yeah. It was somewhat like this, wasn't it? He hadn't regretted Eri. He still didn't. But sitting here, watching the last of them go under, he understood something with a clarity that no amount of running on empty ocean had given him. That not regretting a choice didn't make you exempt from what it cost. It just meant you had to carry it with your eyes open. The League had attacked a train full of people with lives and futures, just so they could get to kill one insignificant kid. His hands clenched right then and there. Is my life really worth all this Shigaraki? Obviously, he got no answer. From the creepy atmosphere and bodies, he wasn't certain whether he was alive or dead at this point. But regardless, Shigaraki wasn't here to answer. Why? He though through gritted teeth. Why do you have to make me like this? He had just finished with Stain. Then this happened. If he wasn't dead already, he would definitely be unable to sleep at night after this. I just wanted a license. Is it so much to ask? The bodies had all sunk into the ocean at this point. Eventually, he was the only one left. A self-depreciating smile had made its way up to his face at some point. So no. He looked down at his reflection in the blood-tinged water. What stared back was a pair of blood-red eyes that carried a burning hatred he hadn't felt since Stain. The hero killer had a code. A twisted one built on a graveyard of people who didn't deserve it, but a code nonetheless. Stain would have looked at a train full of civilians and wouldn't have done what happened today. Yuta was certain of that much. There were lines even he wouldn't cross, people he wouldn't touch. He killed for something he believed in, however wrong that belief was. Shigaraki hadn't even paused. 700 people was equivalent to an acceptable cost. No, it probably wasn't even a cost in his eyes to begin with. Yuta's refusal to kill Stain had stemmed from a combination of many saving graces. He'd looked at the hero killer paralyzed in that alley and decided that killing him would make him something he didn't want to become. He'd believed that. Phil did. Impressively, Tamura Shigaraki had managed to shatter everything else in one move. His chest heaved, heavy breaths puffing from his nostrils. Finally, ha ha ha. He raised his head and laughed wantonly. Ha 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 ha. To make me feel like this, you really are something. He ran his hands through his hair, eyes somewhat gleaming with madness. For every word spoken, he meant it with every fiber of his being. The rage boiling inside him now could only be compared to what he initially felt for Stain on day one. Even then, it paled. Never before had he ever wanted to rip someone limb from limb. The hero killer. Despite everything, he had reasons for it. Real ones, not excuses. At least he actually believed his purpose drove him to kill. Shigaraki was the exact opposite. Yuta's laughter gradually ceased. He thought of his mother in her wheelchair. Then he thought of Eri's arms around his neck and the warmth he felt from those moments and imagined all these people in similar scenarios. It would probably always be there now, somewhere behind the Sharingan's perfect memory, ready to surface whenever he let his guard down. He understood that, and he wasn't going to pretend otherwise. So there and then, he gave up. Fine then. He lay back on the surface and looked up at a sky with nothing in it. The choice wasn't really a choice. It hadn't been since the moment that the warp gate opened above the tracks. He could see that clearly now, with all the noise stripped away and nothing left but the water and the faces he'd carry for the rest of his life. Let's go to war. Hundreds had already died, and he would have joined them without the ability to walk on water. If the League of Villains could go this far for Hosu, there was no doubt all hell would break loose the moment he showed up alive. It wasn't even up for debate. There was only one option left, and even if there wasn't, he knew he was too consumed by rage at this point to care. The silence that followed was broken by an afterthought. Congratulations. She's already on her way. MV Kanemaru, Infirmary, 11:58 a.m. Discomfort. That was the first thing Yuta became aware of as consciousness slowly dragged him back from the depths. His eyes opened to dim light filtering through a salt-stained porthole. The thought crossed his mind as he reflexively shot up, or tried to at least. He could barely move upwards before plopping back on the bed he lay on, much to his disbelief. He tried again, then again and again, finally confirming that for whatever reason, his body muscles weren't listening to him. He tried to feel his internal structure with his chakra. The result he got through internal chakra sensing was chaotic, to say the least. Compared to before, he could hardly make any sense of anything as his chakra, just like his body, was unresponsive to his calls. Hell, Yuta's brain spun rapidly. What in the quirk is going on with my quirk? Ever since he gained chakra, this was the first day his control had been messed up. Through his sensing, all he could see was the equivalent of a blurry feed as his chakra ran amok through his pathways like naughty kids on a sugar craze. He had never experienced something like this before. His mouth was dry. His throat felt like sandpaper. His limbs were leaden. I can't even move. Hold on. Where the hell am I? His gaze scoured the surroundings. Metal ceiling, low and curved. Rivets and rust patches spreading across industrial gray paint. A single bare bulb swaying gently from a hook. A ship. That would explain a lot of things. The last thing he remembered was being swept under by the storm. From the looks of it, he had been found and rescued while he was unconscious. How long have I been out? Just then, the door opened with a creak. Yuta's head turned as a figure stepped through. Tall, broad-shouldered, probably in his 50s, weathered skin that had probably seen too much sun, and dark hair going gray at the temples. The man stopped when he saw Yuta's open eyes. For a long moment, neither spoke as they studied each other across the small cabin. "So," he said in accented Japanese, "you're awake. Good." He walked over. "You can talk, right?" Yuta didn't reply. The man frowned. "I'm talking to you, kid. Answer me. Who are you?" Yuta questioned. "And where am I?" "My ship." The man moved to a metal cabinet bolted to the wall, pulling out a dented canteen. "That's all you need to know for now." He unscrewed the cap and walked back, holding it out. "Drink. You've been out for 2 days. Your body needs water." Yuta stared at the canteen with a raised brow. Survival instincts warranted caution at this point. After all, an unknown ship and unknown people. However, he wasn't currently in the condition to consider that much. His throat was sandpaper dry, and his body was overruling his brain. Plus, if these people wanted to harm him, they would have done so already. Plus, he could regenerate. He tried to reach for it. His arm barely lifted off the mattress before falling back down, muscles refusing to cooperate. "What the hell is wrong with me?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly, then he sighed. "Right? Should have figured." He moved closer, kneeling beside the cot. "Floating unconscious in the ocean, you're probably weaker than a newborn kitten right now. Gonna have to help you with this." He slipped one hand behind Yuta's head, supporting it gently, and brought the canteen to his lips with the other. Yuta wanted to resist. It was one thing to be given water, but like this? Unfortunately, the moment water touched his cracked lips, he drank greedily. Lukewarm, tasted of metal and salt, probably not filtered particularly well. The man pulled the canteen back after a few swallows. "Not too much at once. You'll puke it right back up, and I'm not cleaning that mess." Yuta's head fell back against the thin pillow, breathing harder than he should be from just drinking water. "How long? How long was I out?" he asked while devoting his attention to figuring his body out. 48 hours, give or take." The man set the canteen on a small metal shelf. "Found you floating face down yesterday morning. Thought you were dead." "Where are we?" "The Pacific Ocean. About 4 days out from Manila if the weather holds." The man sat on the metal stool. "That's all the geography you're getting until I know what I'm dealing with though." "Manila, Philippines." That was thousands of kilometers from Japan. Those bastards really thought hard about his death. "What do you want?" Yuta asked carefully. "Want?" The man's face twisted into something that might have been amusement. "Kid, if I wanted something from you, I wouldn't have wasted 2 days keeping you alive. I'd have tossed you back in the ocean and saved myself the trouble." "Then why save me?" "Because when I was around your age, an old geezer like me pulled me out when I went overboard off the coast of Osaka during a typhoon. Never even told me his name. Just said, 'Pay it forward someday.'" He shrugged. "Yes, today's someday." Yuta didn't know what to say to that. "Now," the man continued, leaning back on the stool, "my turn for questions. I run a quiet ship here, so who are you? And how does a kid end up 1,000 kilometers from land in the middle of a storm with no life jacket or boat?" Yuta's brows furrowed on the spot, portraying an image of being in deep thoughts. His quirk still wasn't working though. "I fell." "You fell? From where? The moon?" "Satellites didn't report any plane crashes." "I was on a boat," he said slowly, each word carefully chosen. "With my family. There was a storm. I fell overboard. I don't remember much after that." The man's eyes narrowed. "A boat? What kind of boat?" "I don't remember. Everything's fuzzy." And your family? Yuta closed his eyes. I don't know. I don't know if they... He let the sentence die unfinished. For situations like this, it was best to let the man draw his own conclusions. The cabin was silent except for the creaking of metal and the distant sound of the ocean against the hull. You're lying, the reply came. Yuta's eyes snapped open. What? Probably not about everything, but parts of it. The man leaned forward, elbows on his knees. I've been sailing these waters for 30 years, kid. I know what drowning victims look like. I know what hypothermia does to a body. And I know what storm survivors act like when they wake up. He gestured at Yuta. You're not acting like someone who lost their family. Your facial expressions aren't really sad or panicked. So try again next time with a better excuse. Yuta's brows twitched. So here's what I think happened, the man continued. I think you did fall in the ocean. I think there probably was a storm, but I don't think it was an accident, and your family certainly wasn't involved. That's assuming you have one. He paused. Luckily for you, I don't really care. Like I said, I'm a man who keeps a quiet ship, the man continued. You already know why I saved you. That's it. The uniform you had on implies that you're a student, but that could honestly be far from the truth. I don't have the time nor energy to pry. Neither do I care if you're a runaway, a witness, or some experiment gone wrong. As far as the world is concerned, this vessel doesn't exist. My crew, they don't talk to anyone who doesn't have a pay grade higher than mine. You're just another piece of drift we happen to hook. He lit up a cigarette. But I need to know if having you on my ship is going to bring trouble down on my crew. It won't, Yuta said immediately. You sure about that? Yes, because if the authorities come looking, if someone with a badge and questions shows up, that's a problem for me. A big one. Yuta went silent for a while, then turned his head away. No one's looking for me. Not this far out anyway. How many days had it been? All of Japan would probably have gone crazy by now looking for the Yamanote line. However, 1,000 kilometers away? Nah, there was no way they would search that far, and there's no way they would find anything if they didn't. By now, everyone on the train should be labeled dead. He thought, no one knows I'm alive. No one's going to come after this ship because of me. I swear it. The man studied him for a long moment. You're what, 15? 16. 15. 15 years old. And you're making promises about authorities and investigations like you know how this works. The man's expression was unreadable. That tells me more than your story about falling off a boat. He moved toward the door, then paused with his hand on the frame. Here's how this is gonna work. You stay in this cabin until we dock in Manila. You don't go on deck. You don't talk to the crew. You eat what we bring you and drink what we give you. And when we reach port, you get off my ship and disappear into the city like you were never here. Clear? Clear. Good. The man opened the door. Oh, and kid? Whatever trouble you're running from or toward, I don't want to know about it. I saved your life because I could. But that debt's paid the moment you step off this vessel. After that, you're on your own. I understand. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You haven't seen how bad Koji's cooking is. Koji? Probably a crew member. Clang. The door closed. Yuta lay back, staring at the rust-stained ceiling, trying to process everything. He knows I'm lying, knows I'm not just some kid who fell off a boat, but he's letting it go. Why? The answer was obvious, really, because whatever illegal cargo this ship was hauling, whatever laws they were breaking, they didn't want attention any more than he did. From his analysis and my reaction, he probably thought I was a runaway or something. At minimum, I wasn't clamoring about looking for the authorities or going home like most kids my age would. That's probably all that mattered to him. It was mutually assured discretion. I don't ask about their business. They don't ask about mine. Mutual assured discretion. I don't ask about their business, they don't ask about mine. Yuta tried to move again. This time, he managed to lift his right arm a few inches before it fell back down. What's wrong with me? My quirk's never been this out of control before. Having a quirk that granted great control over his body since childhood and suddenly losing all form of control over it was a strange sensation, especially in his current situation. He took a slow breath, forcing himself to suppress panic and think logically. Okay, assess the situation. What do I feel? The answer to that was even stranger. His body felt fine. It wasn't the weak feeling from chakra exhaustion on the day he first used Body Flicker, nor was it the damaged pain that came from being deconstructed by overhaul. If anything, there was an underlying sensation of strength. In the simplest terms, he felt fine, yet for some reason wasn't. This isn't exhaustion. The captain probably thinks I'm just recovering from hypothermia and near death, but this is something else. The only conclusion he could come to was something was fundamentally wrong with how his body was operating. Something was wrong with his quirk. It can't be damaged quirk factors, could it? The though popped into his mind, leaving him genuinely worried for a moment. No, that can't be right. My quirk factors aren't localized like in my hands or feet. It's probably all over me. Nearly dying from overhaul didn't damage them, so why would just drowning down the trick? Something had changed. But what? Yuta focused inward again, trying to sense his chakra network. The result was the same as before. A blurry, indistinct mess, like trying to see through frosted glass smeared with oil. His chakra was there, he could feel its presence, but the clarity he was used to was completely gone. My internal sensing is shot. Can't rely on that. What else can I use? The answer was obvious. My eyes. He turned on the Sharingan immediately. If something was wrong with his body, his dojutsu should be able to identify it. Chakra flowed towards his eyes quite easily. With considerable effort, Yuta managed to raise his right arm again and held it in front of his face. He triggered the activation. His eyes shifted, and immediately something felt wrong. What in the disbelief in his thoughts were made aloud. His sight was dark. That can't be right. Yuta blinked, trying to clear his vision. It didn't help. At the moment, everything within his gaze was pitch black with a hint of red. Forget seeing through his internal body, he could barely see at all. The crystal clarity he was used to from the Sharingan was gone. What the hell? He blinked again, harder this time, trying to force his eyes to focus. Then his eyes throbbed. Guh! He gasped as a sharp, needle-like pain lanced through his optic nerves. The feeling was painful. Damn it. What's happening to me? He deactivated the Sharingan. Or tried to. It didn't work. It seemed his chakra had returned to default disobedient mode and constantly channeled more chakra into the eyes. Thankfully, the sensation didn't last long. 10 minutes later, his eyes returned to normal and the constant chakra supply faded, returning back to its erratic misbehavior. Yuta, on the other hand, felt like his skull was about to split open. This isn't normal. Panic crept into his thoughts. Everyone feared the unknown. Yuta was no different. Earlier, unable to stop the process, he had focused on his hand again, trying to see his chakra pathways like he normally could despite the pain. The result? He could see them, faintly, like shadows beneath his skin. But they looked wrong. The clean, organized network he was used to seeing had become something else. The channels were wider in some places, narrower in others, branching in patterns he didn't recognize, and the chakra flowing through them. It's moving all wrong. He saw a chaotic swirl of red and blue energy, overlapping and merging in patterns that made his head throb. His eyes felt hot. For one, that was yin and yang release chakra. 2, it was clear that his chakra was surging erratically, racing through some pathways, trickling through others, pooling in unexpected places. I'm cooked. Yuta's arm fell back to the mattress, his already limited strength exhausted from holding it up. He stared at the rust-stained ceiling, mind racing. Something's changed. But what? And why? And what does it mean for me now? He ran through possibilities. Overuse? No, I've pushed my chakra to empty before. This isn't the same. Damage from the ocean. Hypothermia? Maybe. But that wouldn't explain why my pathways look restructured. Some side effect of nearly dying? Yeah, that feels about right. It wouldn't be the first time he was gaining a negative effect. But was this really what was happening? That didn't sit well with him. The Sharingan was his greatest advantage. His ability to see attacks coming, to predict movements, and to improve his combat skills, all of that relied on his eyes working properly. If his vision was compromised, if his Sharingan was damaged somehow, no, don't think like that. I don't have enough information yet. This could be temporary. Could be my body still recovering. Hell, maybe my eyes are evolving into the Rinnegan or something. Think positive. Could be a lot of things. But lying here speculating wasn't going to give him answers. I need to figure out what's happening, and I need to do it before we reach Manila in 4 days. Priorities. What matters most right now? Priority 1. Regain basic motor control. He needed to be able to walk, to move, to function independently. Being helpless was unacceptable. Priority 2. Figure out what was wrong with his chakra network and his Sharingan. Understand the problem before trying to fix it. Priority 3. Survive the next 4 days and get off the ship without causing problems for himself. And after that, what? The question hung in his mind. What do I do after we dock? He would be more than 1,000 kilometers from home. Well, the answer to that was simple. Contact UA somehow and let them know he was alive. Once discovered, they would come find him without a doubt. However, the thought didn't bring as much relief as he thought it would. Rather, another question popped up. And then what? Yuta mulled it over. He would go back to Japan and become the center of attention once again. The sole survivor of the Yamanote Line tragedy. The hero student who survived and foiled the attack of the League of Villains twice. And then, they'll know I'm alive. From his understanding, the passenger list of victims involved in a major accident would be released to the media not long after. It had already been 2 days since then. Regardless of whether the crash site on the ocean had been discovered or not, it was highly likely that the list had already been released. Even if it wasn't, it would be soon. Meaning if his name was on that list, which there was every possibility it was, by the time he returned to Japan, he would already be declared either officially missing or officially deceased alongside everyone on the train. The problem would be he was the only one that made it back alive. The only one that made it back alive. The thought settled in his mind like lead. Yuta stared at the rust-stained ceiling, following the logic to its inevitable conclusion. When I return, the media will explode. Sole survivor of League attack returns. How did he survive when 715 others died? What makes him special? It would be Hosu but fueled with a national disaster. There was no doubt about it. He would be the focus of the public media storm for weeks, if not months to come. There would be all sorts of speculations, both good and bad, but most likely bad. The media would link the train attack to Hosu. Best case scenario, he would be the unfortunate kid he was who had gone through a major trauma and barely survived. Worst case scenario, he would be the reason everyone else on that train died. Families and loved ones, people wouldn't care. The questions would be relentless, invasive, and unavoidable. The public scrutiny that would follow would be unbearable. Worst of all, somewhere, Shigaraki will be watching. He'll see the news. He'll know the train attack failed to kill me, and in all likelihood try something worse. Meaning unless that fact was concealed. Unless his return from death was never made known to the general public. Then he who had just survived would return to a new, unescapable version of hell. Weighing his options, Yuta realized, it seems, what's next isn't as easy as I thought. There was no way the League of Villains would just take his return from death lightly. His very existence was practically a stain on their reputation. Even more so if it was revealed that they had targeted him and failed. In canon, villains joined them because they were drawn to Stain's ideology. Now, there was no ideology. Unless he was missing something, the League of Villains would currently be seen as terrorists and nothing more. If his survival was added on, they would be incompetent terrorists. Whatever grand ideals Shigaraki had would crumble before they even began. No one would join such a joke. Honestly, it sounded great until it got to the point where the immature man-child went into overdrive. At that point, he would be an eyesore Shigaraki would attempt to get rid of at all costs. As shown with their last stunt, anything could happen. He would probably have to stay in you. For his own safety, accelerating the dorm development ahead of time. If he was careful, he would most likely be fine. The same couldn't be said for his family. Without a doubt, if they couldn't get to him, they would go after the next best thing. His mom and Eri. To protect them, they would have to be moved to the hero equivalent of witness protection, greatly restricting their freedom. Unless they lived in the school, he would hardly be able to see them. Even then, he would always be worried. After all, behind the immature man-child was an old fossil with a century of networks and planning. Who knew what scheme all for one would pull up to help Tamura achieve his goals. Having his family targeted by that guy was the last thing he wanted. If Bakugo could be kidnapped during the summer training camp, what chance did his mom, a disabled ex-pro, and a little girl have against Kurogiri's warp gate? The more he looked at it, the more it seemed that returning to Japan was laden with disadvantages and problems at every turn. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed that returning to Japan was laden with disadvantages and problems at every turn. But what's the alternative? Yuta's mind worked through the possibilities. Fake my death. The consequences of that were equally harsh, just in different ways. Mom would grieve. This was unavoidable. If the passenger list had already been released, and given that it had been 2 days, it almost certainly had, then she was probably already grieving. Her thinking she'd lost him, putting her through that pain after everything she'd already been through would be cruel. That's actively choosing to hurt her. Then there was Eri, just 6 years old. She'd just escaped from overhaul. Was finally starting to feel safe, to come out of her shell, to trust that the world could be kind instead of cruel. How would she handle losing me? The mere thought felt wrong in so many different ways, like a betrayal of every promise he'd made to her. Then there was Yu Data. Mr. Aizawa would be wrecked with guilt, taking responsibility for all of this. It would destroy something in him. His classmates would mourn. Well, probably with the exception of Bakugo and Todoroki. Both, in my view, were too wrapped up in their own issues to care much about someone they'd known for barely a week. But the others? The school would probably have a memorial service. Midoriya would blame himself somehow. The kid had a martyr complex a mile wide. Ida would probably give some speech about honoring his memory through dedication to heroism. They'd get over it relatively quickly, though. We've been classmates for less than a week. The time to form strong bonds just wasn't there yet. The school would face massive problems regardless, but his death would make it worse. The first UA student death in probably ever. The implications would be staggering. Public faith in UA and heroes as a whole would plummet. Parents would pull their children from hero courses nationwide. The HPSC would face intense scrutiny about whether hero students should be allowed on internships at all. This would be beyond Kamino. It would shake the foundation of hero society itself, just like Shigaraki wanted. The thought of the League of Villains getting smug off his death made his heart thump with anger. Then there was the problem that would emerge when he did return. How would people react when he returned? He wasn't sure whether there would be much difference in impact if he survived or not, since hundreds died anyway. Would they celebrate the miracle survival? Or would they ask why he lived when 697 others didn't? The media would have a field day either way. Questions, investigations, conspiracy theories, perhaps not. He would still face public scrutiny, as well as becoming the focus of the League of Villains once he returned. Hence, not returning to Japan wasn't a solution to his problems. It was just delaying what was to come. He would be putting people he knew in unnecessary pain while he was alive all along. There has to be another way, some middle ground I'm not seeing. But as he turned the problem over in his mind from every angle, the same conclusion kept appearing. Stay away, and I protect them from the League's immediate retaliation. Go back, and I heal the wound of my death. But I paint a massive neon target on our front door. It was a classic pick your poison scenario. Yuta closed his eyes, his mind drifting back to the moment the train car hit the surface of the Pacific. The roar of the water, the screams of the passengers, and the absolute crushing weight of his own powerlessness. He had fought Stain, triumphed overhaul, and saved Hosu from destruction. Just 2 days ago, he was having his own fan base and appearing on national television. He had started to believe his own hype, that he was special, that he was the miracle of Hosu. How ironic how one well-timed warp and the ocean had humbled him in seconds. That's why I'm even considering this. He realized, a chuckle escaping his parched throat. The truth was ugly to confront, but going back now was simply a tactical error. As much as he hated Shigaraki, facts remained that his plan nearly succeeded. The only reason Yuta was breathing was a series of statistical anomalies. His Uzumaki vitality, his ability to walk on water, and the sheer luck of the Kanemaru crossing his path. It didn't matter if Shigaraki was responsible for this plan or it was gift wrapped to him by All for One. It nearly worked, and that was all that mattered. The reason this was a tragedy in the first place is because I couldn't stop it. If I was as strong as my potential dictated, this never would have happened. If I had perfect Susanoo, I could have lifted the entire train out of the water. If my quirk was developed enough, I could have levitated it and flown it back to land. If I had enough chakra, I could create 1,000 shadow clones and have each one save everyone on the train. The realization was simultaneously simple and devastating. The reason he was considering this was because going back now as he was suicide. Shigaraki's plan was nearly foolproof. The only error was that they didn't have enough information on his abilities to know he'd survive long enough to get rescued. The League of Villains wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Next time, there wouldn't be a train. There would be a city block, or his mother's apartment. Returning now, while still this weak, while unable to prevent another attack if the League truly came after him again, that would be leaving my fate to hoping they don't try again before I'm ready. And Yuta's luck, as recent events had thoroughly demonstrated, was absolutely terrible. If I go back now, I'm gambling that the League won't attack again before I'm strong enough to stop them. I'm gambling that my family won't become targets. I'm gambling that I can get strong enough while attending UA full-time and dealing with their curriculum and hero training and everything else. And if I lose that gamble, more people die. Maybe hundreds more. Maybe thousands. He stared at the rust-stained ceiling as he realized what should have been an obvious truth. If it concerned being a hero, then UA was essential. The best hero school in Japan, with world-class teachers and incredible resources. But if it solely concerned growing stronger, really genuinely stronger in the ways that mattered for his unique abilities, then UA was holding him back. His current strength relied heavily on his ninja abilities, not his quirk. Chakra, Sharingan, techniques from a world that didn't exist here. And Yue couldn't help with any of that. They didn't even understand how it worked. In the entire world, literally no one knows how my abilities work better than I do. I'm the only reference point I'll ever have for this. Shadow clone training, Sharingan mastery, developing the Rasengan, chakra growth, eventually maybe accessing his Mangekyo abilities without immediately going blind. Literally no one could help him better than he could help himself. Yue can make me a better hero, but it can't make me strong enough to stop the League from killing civilians to get to me. And that was the core of it, wasn't it? Strength. That's what this comes down to. Not protection, not hiding, not running away. The core of almost every shonen protagonist. The need to get stronger. Strong enough that the next time the League comes for me, I can stop them. Permanently. Strong enough that innocent people don't die as collateral damage in someone else's vendetta against me. So it ultimately boils down to two choices. Choice 1, return to Japan now. Put everyone in danger, myself, my family, my classmates, random civilians. Leave my fate, which has proven more than once to be absolutely terrible when it wants to be, to chance. Train at UA while dealing with their curriculum, growing stronger slowly, and hoping the League doesn't attack again before I'm ready. Choice 2. Stay dead for now. Disappear. Train without restrictions or distractions. Focus entirely on developing my chakra, my Sharingan, my unique abilities. Come back when I'm strong enough to handle any situation thrown at me. Both choices had costs. One risked lives, the other caused pain. But which cost can I actually live with? The choice still wouldn't come. Is there really no other way? He ran through the possibilities one more time. Or is there something here I'm not seeing? Something that solves both problems for me while I? He paused as an idea dropped into his mind. It felt obvious, really. Well, yeah, that should work. MV Kanemaru, crew mess, same time. Koji looked up from the pot of something that might generously be called stew as the captain entered. Is he awake? Yeah. Kajimaru moved to the coffee pot, pouring himself a cup of the thick, bitter liquid that passed for caffeine on the ship. Conscious and lying through his teeth. About everything except the part where he almost died in the ocean. Kajimaru took a sip and grimaced. Kids running from something. Or someone. My money's on someone. Either way, being found at sea means his ship either sank or he was left for dead. Koji stirred the pot thoughtfully. Authorities. No. Quirk says otherwise. Kajimaru leaned against the scarred wooden table, steam rising from his coffee. Kids got no malice or any intent to harm us. That's not really much to go on. Koji lowered his head. It's all I need to decide not to throw him overboard again. Touché. Gunhead Martial Arts Agency, Osaka, Day 3 to 11:47 a.m. Ochako's back hit the mat for the 15th time that morning. Oof. Better, Gunhead said, offering her a hand up. His surprisingly gentle voice carried approval after the repeated takedowns. You're starting to adapt to the shifts in momentum against your opponent. But you're still thinking too much about the technique instead of feeling it. Yes, sensei, Ochako panted, accepting his hand and pulling herself upright. Sweat plastered her hair to her forehead, and every muscle in her body ached in ways she never thought it could. But there was progress. She could feel it. 3 days into her internship, and she was already seeing results. 3 days, and I'm already more aware of my center of gravity and how to use an opponent's weight against them. She thought. Take 5, Gunhead said, gesturing to the water station. Catch your breath. We'll run the sequence again, then move on to defensive grappling. Thank you, Sensei. Ochako trudged over to the corner of the training room, her legs wobbling. She grabbed her water bottle and drank. Ah, never had she been so grateful for the cool liquid running down her throat. Around her, the agency hummed with activity. Gunhead sidekicks were running drills on the other mats, practicing throws, testing reaction times, working through combat scenarios with familiarity. Familiarity that came from years of training together. It was nice. Everything an internship should be. Would Yuta-kun have liked it here? The thought crossed her mind. The pleasant thought, however, was soon followed by the memories of the Shinkansen incident. The sleeping gas, waking up disoriented in a clinic. Honestly, she had never expected to be attacked on a train. Yeah, she thought, looking up at a nearby screen playing a news report of the Yamanote Line tragedy. Just like they never expected something like that either. She was unable to help comparing them. The tragedy of the Yamanote Line had long evolved past a local disaster. It had become a national trauma. In the digital age where news traveled faster than anything else, the initial reports of a disappeared train had fueled 48 hours of frantic hope. But that hope grew weaker and weaker with each additional hour that passed with no result. Perhaps I and many others on the Shinkansen would have been no different if not for Yuta-kun. She shook her head, dispelling the memory. That was then. This was now. And Yuta was fine, probably getting the training of his life under Aizawa-sensei's direct supervision. I wonder how his internship is going, she mused, taking another sip of water. Knowing Aizawa-sensei, he's most probably run into the ground. Underground hero work has to be way more intense than martial arts drills. Uraraka-san, one of the sidekicks called from across the room. A muscular guy named Takashi who'd been with Gunhead's agency for 3 years. Come join us for lunch when you're ready. We're ordering takeout. Oh, yes, thank you. Chako waved back. She glanced at the clock mounted on the wall. 11:50 a.m. Close enough to lunch. Gunhead clapped his hands together, drawing everyone's attention. All right, everyone. Good work this morning. Let's break for an hour. Takashi, go ahead and place the order. Uraraka-san, make sure you eat something substantial. We're doing stamina drills this afternoon. Yes, sensei. The training room slowly emptied as people filtered into the adjoining break room. A modest but comfortable environment with a few couches, a small kitchenette, a TV mounted on the wall, and a table large enough to seat the whole team. Takashi was already on the phone with the takeout place, rattling off orders while the others settled in. Ochako collapsed onto one of the couches. The cushions of the agency's break room couch felt like a cloud compared to the rock-hard density of the training mats. Hey, Uraraka-san. Another sidekick, a woman named Yui with a speed enhancement quirk, sat down beside her. How are you holding up? Gunhead's been putting you through the ringer. Ochako smiled tiredly. I'm okay, but okay. It's a lot harder than I expected, but I'm learning so much. That's the spirit, Yui said with a grin. Stick with it. By the end of the week, you'll be throwing people twice your size without even thinking about it. I hope so. Just then, the television channel, previously displaying a daytime talk show with 2 hosts discussing something mundane, celebrity gossip, she presumed, had changed into something new. The image of a high-contrast newsroom appeared on the screen. Takashi stopped talking mid-sentence into his phone. Gunhead, who had been leaning against the kitchenette counter, slowly straightened his posture, his masked face turning toward the monitor. Hey, one of you turn it up, Gunhead asked. Breaking news. Yamanote Line passenger manifest released. The room went quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to the screen. A news anchor appeared. A middle-aged woman with a grave expression and red-rimmed eyes that suggested she'd been holding back tears all morning. We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming for this breaking update on the Yamanote Line tragedy. The Hero Public Safety Commission, in coordination with the National Police Agency, has just released the full passenger manifest. The camera cut to a document, a long scrolling list of names. The families of the missing have been notified over the past 72 hours. The anchor continued, her voice carefully controlled. And as of 11:30 this morning, the complete list of passengers has been made public. We want to remind viewers that this is an ongoing investigation, and authorities are still searching for any sign of survivors or wreckage. The list kept scrolling, name after name after name. Ochako stared at the screen, her heart heavy. "This is awful," Yui whispered beside her. 716 people. Just gone. On screen, the nation mourns with the families of the victims. Vigils are being held across the country, and the Prime Minister himself has issued a statement expressing his condolences. The screen shifted to footage of memorial sites. With the release of the passenger list all over Japan, people had begun paying respects. Flowers piled high, weeping families and people standing in silent prayer. Achiko's positive mood from her training only soured even more. All those people, she thought, her hands clenching in her lap. They were just living their lives, going to work, visiting family. And then, "It's the League of Villains, right?" Another sidekick spoke up from across the room. "That's what they're saying?" "Yeah," Takashi confirmed. "Same group that attacked USJ and Hosu. They're escalating." "Escalating is an understatement," Yui muttered. "This is mass murder," the reporter went on. Despite the combined efforts of professional heroes, military forces, and the Coast Guard, there has been no positive results. The HPSC has issued a statement that the search will continue indefinitely, but privately, sources tell us that hope of finding survivors has been abandoned. The focus now shifts to recovery and justice. The screen behind changed to show grainy security footage, the empty Yamanote Line platform. The timestamp, 1:05 p.m., day 1. The League of Villains has not claimed responsibility, but authorities have already confirmed their involvement. The HPSC have authorized a manhunt for the League of Villains nationwide, especially the villain known as Kurogiri, whose warpgate quirk is believed to have been used to displace the train. The exact location remains unknown. The mood was at an all-time low. Gunhead stepped forward, glancing at the TV before glancing back at his team. "I know this is difficult to watch," he said, "but don't let it distract you from why we're here. This is exactly why we train, why we fight, so that tragedies like this happen less." He paused, his gaze lingering on the screen. "The best thing we can do right now is be ready, be better, so that the next time villains try something like this, we're strong enough to stop them." The room was silent for a moment. Then Takashi nodded. "Yes, Sensei. Yes, Sensei." The others echoed. Ochako swallowed, her eyes still fixed on the screen. The list of names kept scrolling. She didn't recognize any of them. "Thank goodness," he thought, then immediately felt guilty for the relief. "That's awful. I shouldn't." These were all real people with families, and the commercial break ended. The talk show resumed. Someone changed the channel. The mood in the room remained heavy, but people started talking again eventually. Ochako leaned back against the couch, her exhaustion from training now mixed with a deeper, emotional weariness. 716 people. The number felt incomprehensible. She thought about her parents, about her classmates, about how easily any of them could have been on that train. What if it had been the Shinkansen I was on? The thought struck. What if Yudakuen and I were attacked by the League of Villains and warped away to an unknown location? What if? Uraraka-san. She blinked, looking up. Yui was watching her with concern. You okay? You looked a little pale there. Oh, yes, I'm fine. Ochako forced a smile. Just thinking. Yeah. Yui's expression softened. It's a lot to process. The door to the break room opened, and a delivery person stepped in with several bags of food. Order for Gunhead Agency? That's us. Takashi moved to collect the bags. Lunch commenced as such. Food was distributed. People started eating, though through muted conversations. Ochako picked at her bento box. Her appetite significantly diminished. On the TV, now on a different channel, another news program was covering the same story. Takashi was still on his phone, scrolling through social media with an increasingly disturbed expression. The internet's going crazy, he muttered. Everyone's trying to figure out where the train ended up. Theories about ocean currents, satellite data, conspiracy theories. People want answers, Gunhead said while eating his lunch. Can't blame them. Here I thought the villains couldn't get any bolder after Hosu. Yeah, why would they go after a random train like that? It makes no sense. Is spite not enough? Don't try to make sense of what these lunatics do. First Yu-Dade, then Hosu. They've been foiled twice already. It would be no surprise if this was an act of revenge against Hero Society. Uraraka looked over. An act of revenge? Gunhead paused. Yes, precisely that. Sensei, what do you mean? How does attacking a random train count as revenge? Depends. To us it might look random, but there should be a motive we just can't see yet. Gunhead explained. The League of Villains attacked U.A with the intent to kill All Might, then attacked Hosu trying to kill Endeavor. Perhaps. He didn't finish, but everyone's eyes widened. Was there someone on the train they were after? Another hero? Not really. Gunhead shook his head. All major heroes are accounted for. However, that doesn't mean they didn't possibly fulfill their objective. An attack on Hero Society goes beyond just targeting heroes. They could also target people connected to heroes or just the general public. It would have the same effect if a bunch of the passengers had ties to the hero industry. Family members of pros, agency employees, support tech workers. Everyone fell silent. If that's the case then, Yui spoke up hesitantly. If that's true, if they're targeting civilians connected to heroes, doesn't that mean anyone can be a target now? Technically, yes. Gunhead replied after a moment of silence. However, that just means we need to exercise greater caution. In time, the HPSC and heroes will come up with a solution to this. For us, it means we don't take unnecessary risks. And it means we definitely don't let this information leave this room until the HPSC makes an official statement. He looked at each of them in turn. Understood. Yes, Sensei. Ochako's thoughts drifted again to the Shinkansen incident. How close she'd come to being in a similar situation. Just as she was lost in thought. Hey. Ochako looked up. Takashi was leaning against the counter, his phone in hand. You guys seeing this? Seeing what? Hideo asked through a mouthful of rice. Takashi's expression was strange, somewhere between shock and disbelief. There's something going viral about the passenger list. What about it? Yui frowned. Takashi scrolled through his phone. No way, it can't really be. Holy shit. His face staring at the phone completely drained of color. Takashi. Gunhead frowned, setting down his food. What? There's a UA student on the list. The room went dead silent. Uraraka was stunned. What? Yui stood up abruptly. A student? From UA? Yeah. Takashi's hands were shaking. It's all over social media. Someone cross-referenced the names and... He scrolled frantically. It's confirmed. First year. Hero course. Ochako's hands went numb. It's from Class 1A. Gunhead frowned and took the remote. On the wall, the news broadcast shifted from the memorial footage back to the anchor. Uraraka turned to the screen. We are receiving a confirmed update from the HPSC regarding the identity of one of the passengers. The anchor stammered. Initial reports suggest that among the 716 missing is a student currently enrolled in the hero course at UA High School. That can't be right. No, it's a mistake. They're all at their internships. Ida is in Hosu. Deku is with Gran Torino. Everyone is safe. The student has been identified as a participant in the recent sports festival. The anchor continued. A photo bloomed onto the screen. It wasn't a professional headshot. It was a still frame from the festival. A boy with messy red hair in a U-Data tracksuit. Yuta Akutami, 16. UA High School, Hero Course 1A. Sports Festival finalist. Ochako's bento box slid from her lap. The wooden sticks clattered against the floor, but she didn't feel the impact. Yuta-kun? Yui turned to her. Uraraka, isn't that the guy you were talking about? Her voice laced with horror. That's not right. It can't be. Her mind wandered. Yuta was on the train. No, she whispered. No, that's wrong. He was interning with Aizawa-sensei. It wasn't just her. Simultaneously, all of Class 1A across their internships saw the news report at the same time, as well as everyone else in Japan. Best Jeanists Agency, Tokyo, 12:03 p.m. Akutami gained national attention less than 72 hours ago for his performance during the Hosu crisis. The anchor continued. According to station records, he boarded the Yamanote line at Mustafu Station at 1:03 p.m. on the day of the attack. Witnesses report he was traveling alone, returning from an internship assignment. This revelation has sparked widespread speculation about whether the League of Villains attack was specifically targeted, the anchor said. While the HPSC has declined to comment on the possibility, experts note that Akutami's involvement in neutralizing multiple League-deployed threats during the Hosu crisis may have made him a person of interest to the villain organization. The break room had gone completely silent. Bakugo Katsuki stood frozen in front of the television, his freshly combed hair already starting to revert to its natural explosive state as heat radiated from his scalp. His hands, one holding a can of soda, weren't sparking. Ironically, that was somehow worse. Bakugo? One of the sidekicks ventured cautiously. He didn't respond. On screen, the footage shifted to the sports festival recording. Then the one from Hosu. You know you're just gonna lose, right? The words echoed in Bakugo's head. The timing is particularly significant, the anchor continued. Less than 24 hours after his performance in Hosu, which many are calling the most impressive debut by a first-year student in history, Akutami was aboard a train that subsequently vanished without a trace. The screen split. On one side, Yuta standing in the Hosu crater, chain in hand, the defeated Nomu at his feet. On the other hand, the empty Yamanote line platform. The timestamp was frozen at 1:06 p.m. It raises the uncomfortable question, the anchor said quietly, of whether 715 innocent people died simply because they happened to be on the same train as someone the League of Villains wanted dead. Best Jeanist's hand came to rest on Bakugo's shoulder. The boy didn't react. Bakugo, Best Jeanist said, his voice unusually gentle. Perhaps you should. He's not dead. The words came out flat. Best Jeanist's grip tightened slightly. Bakugo. Crack. The sound of cracking glass echoed from his palms. Then, boom, it was blown to bits. I said, he's not dead. The boy was, strangely, not yelling his words out as he normally would. Best Jeanist narrowed his eyes. Oh, why so? Simple. He turned away, heading to the exit. That bastard doesn't get to die before I beat him. Hidden from everyone's gazes was a dark face carrying nothing but irritation. The idiot's probably somewhere unconscious or something. No way am I believing he's dead until I see a body. Everyone turned to look at each other. Such confidence? Best Jeanist frowned. What makes you so sure? The boy stopped right at the exit. Because even without his full power, he was able to last against me. He turned his head to reveal his side profile. And I'm not someone who goes down easily. So if he did, his voice was growling at this point. It's like saying I do know better, so yeah, that bastard's still alive. He's too strong to be anything else. Not even the League of Villains is getting him out of that rematch with me. What sort of logic was involved? In a weird way, this was perhaps Bakugo's way of respecting someone. The reports are confirmed. His name is on the manifest. The evidence. I don't care about the evidence, he yelled. There's no way. There's no way he survived for Nomu just to die on a train. They won't find anything because he's not dead. That's all there can be to it. Those were his last words before walking out of the room. His destination? The training room to let out a lot of accumulated irritation in the past few days. Today's events had pushed them to the limit. The sidekicks exchanged worried glances. Best Jeanist simply stood there, watching the empty doorway, his expression unreadable behind his high collar. Poor kid, one of the sidekicks murmured. Which one? Another replied. Selkie's ship, Sea of Japan 1:30 p.m. Azui Tsuyu stood at the bow of the Oki Mariner, her large eyes scanning the churning gray water. They'd been searching for 5 hours today. Still nothing. Behind her, the crew worked tirelessly, checking coordinates, adjusting search patterns, trying to cover as much area as possible. Tsuyu's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out, saw the class girls group chat notification, and felt her stomach drop. Hagekure Toru. Did you guys know he was on that train? Hagekure Toru. Did any of you know? Ishido Mina. No. Ishido Mina. I had no idea. Jiro Kyoka. Why would we know? He was interning with Aizawa-sensei. Yaoyorozu Momo. According to the news, his internship was cut short after Hosu. Aizawa-sensei was injured and couldn't continue supervision. That would explain the timing. He was likely returning home for whatever reason. Ishido Mina. This is so messed up. Is anyone else just, not processing this? Azuitsu, I'm on a search ship right now. We're looking for survivors. The chat went silent. Then, Ishido Mina. Tsuyu? Ishido Mina. You're searching for them? Azuitsu, yes. I'm interning with Selkie. We've been out since morning. Hagekure Toru. Have you found anything? Tsuyu's fingers hovered over the screen. She looked out at the endless expanse of gray water, then at the grim expressions of the crew who'd been doing this long enough to know what nothing meant after 3 days. Azuitsu, not yet, but we're still looking. Yaoyorozu Momo, please be careful out there. Azui-san. Azuitsu, I will. I have to go now. Selkie is calling me. Yaoyorozu Momo, by the way, has anyone heard from Uraraka? Azui pocketed the phone and made her way back to the bridge. Selkie stood at the helm, binoculars pressed to his seal-like face. He lowered them as she approached. Anything? Tsuyu asked, though she already knew the answer. Nothing, Selkie confirmed. We're approaching the edge of our search sector. We'll need to turn back soon. Tsuyu looked out at the water. 3 days ago, she'd been excited about this internship. Maritime rescue, Coast Guard operations, real hero work on the open sea. She hadn't expected this. Selkie-san, she said quietly, do you think, is there any chance? The hero was silent for a long moment. I've been doing maritime rescue for 15 years, Froppy. I've seen people survive impossible situations. Hypothermia that should have killed them. Drowning incidents with zero oxygen for minutes. Storms that should have torn them apart. He paused. But I've also seen the ocean. I know what it does to people who aren't prepared. And 3 days. He didn't finish. I see. Yu uttered. You were friends, huh? He was our classmate, she said, her voice barely audible over the wind. Her large eyes turned to Selkie. He's not just a number on a manifest. He's strong. Really strong. So maybe he's the exception, Selkie finished gently. Maybe he survived when others didn't. Yu nodded. It's okay to hope, Froppy, Selkie said. Hope is important. It's what keeps us searching even when the odds are impossible. He lifted his binoculars again. But it's also okay to grieve, because even if we hope, we have to be realistic about what we might find. Yu swallowed. I understand. Ribbit. Endeavor's agency, Tokyo, 12:15 p.m. Todoroki Shoto sat in Endeavor's private lounge wing, dressed in his hero costume, hands scrolling through news reports on his phone. An ice pack was pressed against his ribs where training had gotten a bit too intense that morning. The television mounted in the corner had been background noise until it wasn't. Akutami gained national attention more than 72 hours ago for his performance during the Hosu crisis. According to station records, he boarded the Yamanote line at Mustafu Station at 1:03 p.m. on the day of the attack on his way home. His grip on the ice pack tightened. So he was going home, Shoto thought. After Hosu, Aizawa had been injured. His internship with Yuta would have been cut short, even if only temporarily to get patched up by Recovery Girl. And with nowhere else to go, Yuta would have simply... This revelation has sparked widespread speculation about whether the League of Villains attack was specifically targeted. The ice pack froze solid in Shoto's grip. Frost spread across his fingers, up his wrist, crystallizing the medical tape wrapped around his hand. Todoroki! Huh? Shoto blinked, turning to see a sidekick standing at the doorway. Your father wants to see you. In his office. Todoroki frowned, then stood up and followed. Social media, Twitter/X, 1 p.m. The internet had reached critical mass. Hashtag Yuta Akutami, 47.2 m tweets. Hashtag Black Phantom, 31.8 m tweets. Hashtag Yamanote Tragedy, 52.1 m tweets. Hashtag League of Murderers, 18.9 m tweets. At Hero Watch Japan. Breaking. Analysis suggests League of Villains may have specifically targeted UA student Yuta Akutami in retaliation for Hosu crisis. If confirmed, this represents the first known instance of the League conducting targeted assassination of a minor. 87k retweets, 312k likes. At UA alumni_official. We are devastated by today's news. Yuta Akutami represented the best of what UA stands for: courage, strength, and selflessness. Our thoughts are with his family, friends, and all those affected by this tragedy. Hashtag never forget the 716. 124k retweets, 589k likes. At sportsanalyst_pro. Just 72 hours ago, called Yuta Akutami the future of Hero Society. Now he's presumed dead at 16. Don't even know what to feel at this point. This is terrorism in its purest form. 43k retweets, 156k likes. At concernedcitizen_88. So let me get this straight. League attacks USJ. League attacks Hosu. Student defeats League threats. Student gets on train. Train disappears. And we're supposed to believe this is a coincidence? 67k retweets, 201k likes. At Media Ethics _, the media's rush to declare Yuta Akatami dead is irresponsible. 716 people are missing, not dead. Stop writing obituaries for people who might still be alive. Have some basic human decency. 12K retweets, 48K likes. The tragedy of the Yamanote Line had spread across the country like wildfire. News outlets published the full list. Social media exploded with shares, reposts, and desperate searches as people looked for familiar names. Colleagues, neighbors, distant relatives, anyone they might have known. Within hours, the tragedy transformed from an abstract horror into something devastatingly personal for millions. The emergence of the hero of Hosu on that list only worsened it. 5 days since the disappearance, funeral memorials had begun all over the country. At the base of the massive screens in cities where the faces of the passengers were constantly displayed, flowers were placed. Within the first hour, there were hundreds of bouquets. By noon, the entire plaza was carpeted with white lilies and handwritten notes. In the 5 days since the Yamanote Line disappeared, the nation has come together in mourning. Vigils have been held in every major city. The Prime Minister has declared a national day of remembrance. And yet, the question remains, where are they? All 716 passengers are now officially presumed deceased. The search, which covered over 3 million square kilometers of ocean, has been suspended after 7 days with no bodies recovered and no signs of survival. Day 6 and public reaction has risen to new heights with each passing day. Social media has filled with both mourning and outrage. Many are questioning why a first-year student was traveling alone without security detail given his recent high-profile involvement in a major villain attack. Others are calling for increased protection for future students who have become public figures. Udate facing a PR crisis as parents and guardians across courses call for a withdrawal of their wards from the institution. The current movement, which began with the League of Villains' first attack on you, has escalated to current heights as a result of the unconfirmed death of one of its students, Yuta Akatami. Day 7 and in related news, U.A is set to implement a brand new boarding system. Bakugo Katsuki locked his phone and tossed it onto his desk. Idiots. All of them. Katsuki. His mother's voice echoed from downstairs. What? He yelled back. There was no answer. Frowning, he turned around only to see Mitsuki Bakugo in the doorway of his room. Arms crossed, expression unreadable. She'd been weird all week, not her usual aggressive self. Ever since he returned from the internship, she screamed less, tried to talk to him about his feelings, and was considerate about a lot of things. Frankly, it pissed him off. Car's gonna be here in 10 minutes, she said. You ready? Obviously. She nodded, yet didn't move from the entrance. Not this again. Bakugo glared at her. What? Nothing. She walked into his room, grabbed his UA laser from where he'd thrown it over his chair, and held it out. Just making sure you actually go. Why the hell wouldn't I go? Because of your classmate, Katsuki. Bakugo snatched the blazer from her hands. He's not dead. Katsuki. I said he's not dead. Bakugo shoved his arms through the sleeves with more force than necessary. They haven't found a body. Hell, they haven't found anything. So until they do, I'm not listening to that bullshit. Mitsuki studied her son carefully. 2 days ago, when that principal, Nizu, the freaky mouse dog bear thing, and All Might himself had shown up at their door, she'd been ready to pull Katsuki out of UA immediately. 2 villain attacks in 2 months. A student presumed dead during an authorized internship. 716 people gone without a trace. What kind of school was this? But then Katsuki had walked into the living room, looked All Might dead in the eye, and said, I'm not quitting. So whatever you're here to say, save it for someone else. The argument this time practically went against her favor. I'm going to be the #1 hero. That's not changing because some villains got lucky once. If you try to stop me, I'll just go anyway. He'd meant it. She'd seen it in his eyes. That was how he was here today, heading back to school. Of course, it wasn't that easy. Had All Might not staked his honor on this situation not happening again, as well as the reveal of the new dorm system, it would have been a completely different discussion they would be having now. Your breakfast is getting cold, she said finally. Don't care. Katsuki. What? She stepped forward and, before he could react, pulled him into a brief, fierce hug. Bakugo went rigid. Mom! What the hell? Shut up. She squeezed hard, then let go and stepped back. Just be careful, okay? At that damn school. Bakugo stared at her like she'd grown a second head. Yeah, whatever. The car from U.A arrived not long after. It was stupidly fancy. Black, tinted windows, driver in a suit who hadn't said a single word since Bakugo climbed in. They weren't using trains anymore. Obviously, Bakugo stared out the window as the city rolled past, his reflection ghosting over the buildings and billboards. Every major intersection had them now. Massive digital displays showing faces. The Yamanote Line Memorial. Bored, he went through his phone, opening up a thread discussion and reading its contents. Thread. Yamanote Line MEMORIL THRE 716 souls. User at remembering them. My uncle was on that train. He was going to visit my grandmother in the hospital. He doesn't know yet. How do we tell an 89-year-old woman her son is gone? User at grief support. At remembering them, I'm so sorry for your loss. There's a family support group forming. DM me if you need resources. User at Justice for the 716. They're calling it an unprecedented tragedy. But where were the heroes? Where were the safeguards? How does an entire train just disappear and nobody can find it? User at Search and Rescue _Pro. At Justice for the 716 with respect, we've had 200 plus heroes, Coast Guard, and JSDF searching nonstop. The ocean is vast. If the League dropped them in deep water, there may be nothing left to find. User at Angry and Hurting. Nothing left to find? That's 716 people. Not objects. People. They deserve better than nothing left to find. User at Hero System failed. This is what happens when villains get bolder and heroes get complacent. USJ. Hosu. Now this. The League is escalating and we're just... What? Waiting for the next attack? User at Mourning with You. Can we not turn this into a political argument? Families are grieving. Let them grieve. User at Systemic Change. At Mourning with You, I wonder if you can say that when the next attack hits and your loved ones are in it. Grieving doesn't prevent the next tragedy. We need accountability. We need answers. We need to know why this happened and how to prevent it from happening again. Thread locked by moderators due to escalating tensions. TCH. I really need to stop listening to this crap. He set the phone aside, unable to fathom why everything was pissing him off since the day started. Well, not like he really needed a reason anyway. However, the statement raises serious questions about whether hero schools are adequately protecting their students from retaliation by villain organizations. The HPSC has announced new security protocols, but many are asking if these measures come too late. Veins appeared on Bakugo's head. His gaze turned to the voice of some analyst droning on about security failures and systemic problems from the car radio. The driver, seeing this, was sensitive enough to change the channel. The timing of Akutami's presence on the train has raised troubling questions. Less than 24 hours after his highly publicized performance in Hosu, where he was credited with saving over 200 civilian lives, he boards a train that is subsequently attacked by the same villain organization whose forces he just defeated. The The driver hurriedly changed again. Sources confirm that the Yamanote Line incident was not the first time UA student Yuta Akatami was attacked. Our reports show that he was involved in a previous train attack hours prior to Hosu. The channel was changed again. Coincidence? The anchor asked rhetorically. Or targeted retaliation? The HPSC maintains that it cannot confirm the league's specific motivations, but experts have noticed the statistical improbability of this timing. If you're the League of Villains and a 16-year-old just embarrassed you on national television and became the face of your failure, you're going to want to send a message. And what better message than making him and everyone near him simply disappear? Turn that shit off. Yes, they passed another billboard. This one showed a panel discussion. 3 talking heads with serious expressions beneath the caption. UA security failure? Examining the Yamanote tragedy. Bakugo looked away. Why the hell is everyone making such a big deal out of this? The car pulled up to UA's main gate. The security checkpoint had tripled in size. Heroes Bakugo didn't recognize stood guard, checking IDs. The driver showed clearance and they were waved through. The campus didn't look more different than it previously did. The car stopped at the main building. Please proceed directly to your classroom, the driver said. Aizawa-sensei is expecting all students by 8 a.m. Bakugo got out without responding. The hallways to Class 1A were emptier than usual. Bakugo noticed it the moment he stepped inside. He pushed open the classroom door. 6 people were already there. Kirishima by the window, staring at his phone. The ponytail girl is at her desk staring at her books. The human phone charger, Mr. Stiffnecked. He turned to the other end. Deku and Pink Cheeks. Midoriya sat at his desk, a notebook open in front of him but the pen untouched. And Uraraka, head down, shoulders very still, and that depressing feeling people had around them when they were upset. Bakugo scanned the room once, noted who was missing, and dropped his bag at his desk without a word. No one greeted him. The silence was different from the usual morning quiet. Kirishima glanced up. Hey, Bakugo replied. That was apparently the extent of conversation anyone was capable of this morning. Hey, Bakugo replied. That was apparently the extent of conversation anyone was capable of this morning. Bakugo pulled out his phone, checked the time, and put it away. Outside, another unfamiliar hero walked past the window on patrol. This place feels different, Kaminari said finally, to no one in particular. Nobody disagreed. Finally, their classmates began showing up. Azui came in next, followed closely by Sato, then Shoji. Each of them took their seats with nothing but a downcast hi or hey. The atmosphere felt like it had had all life drained out of it. By 7:48, the room held 10 students, half a class. Kaminari sat up slightly, looking around. Wait, where is everyone? The question caused everyone to look around. Midoriya looked up from his untouched notebook. Can't you tell? Kaminari blinked. Tell what? That they're not coming, Kaminari, Midoriya said quietly. Or at least not yet. A beat of silence. Oh, Kaminari looked around again, counting empty seats. Oh. Momo set down her pen. My mother nearly didn't let me come. If my father hadn't stepped in, I'd be at home right now too. Mine said I could go but gave me about 45 minutes of why it was a bad idea first, Sato added. My parents weren't happy either, Mizo said. But they understood. My brother convinced mine, Ida said. Tensei called them from the hospital and told them that students quitting after an attack was exactly what the league wanted. Kirishima glanced at Midoriya. What about you, man? Auntie must have been freaking out. Midoriya's expression shifted. She was. All Might came to our apartment personally. They talked for almost 2 hours. He paused. She cried a lot, but she let me come. Another silence. I see. They came to your house too. Huh? Kaminari asked. Him and Principal Nizu both, Momo confirmed. Yeah, I guess they visited every family who was hesitant. Personally, Kaminari absorbed this. Yeah, okay. Guess not everyone agreed. It'll probably take a while. Ajui spoke up from the back of the room. We talked to Toru yesterday. Hagekyu's parents haven't decided yet. Jiru-chan's parents said no for now, but her dad said he'd reconsider by next week. Ribbit. I saw Siro. He mentioned his family is still discussing. Kirishima shrugged. What about Aoyama and Mineta? Those two? Haven't heard, but from their personalities, I'm not sure they'd even want to come back. That last one surprised nobody. What about Mina? Ajui laid back on the table. She fought with her parents for 3 hours last night. They compromised. She's coming, but they're driving her themselves. She'll be late then. Probably. The room settled back into quiet. Most had something to say and no idea how to say it. None looked at the final chair at the back. The depressing atmosphere continued for a while, till Kirishima broke it. Do you guys think they'll find anything? From the search. Nobody answered immediately. The search was suspended, Ida said finally. Officially. I know that. I just meant. Kirishima trailed off. Midoriya put his pen down. I've been looking at the search area parameters. The ocean currents in that region, the temperature variance, the estimated drop trajectory if Kurogiri placed them at high altitude versus sea level. He stopped himself. Sorry, that probably doesn't help. It doesn't, Kaminari said, but it's fine. Keep going if it helps you. Midoriya shook his head. It doesn't help me either. The silence came back, seemingly more unbearable than before anyone spoke. Then Uraraka made a sound. They all turned to her. She had her hands flat on her desk, eyes fixed on the surface, and she was very clearly trying to hold herself together through sheer stubbornness alone. Uraraka, did you? Ida stopped the moment he noticed a tear roll down her cheek. The silence seemed to dig even deeper. Uraraka, it's okay, she responded hastily, turning her head and wiping her cheeks. There's nothing to it. I'm fine. They came out more as she spoke. Everyone looked at her, yet no one could say anything. Kirishima opened his mouth. Stop crying. Bakugo's voice came out flat, much to the surprise of everyone. Well, it wasn't surprising anymore judging from who it came from. Bakugo. Kirishima started. I said stop crying. It's pathetic. Dude. Kirishima's voice rose. What the hell? What? Bakugo leaned back in his chair and looked at Kirishima directly. She's been sitting there since before I got here. What exactly is crying doing for her right now? That's not your call to make. People grieve differently. I'm not talking about grieving, you morons. Bakugo looked at Uraraka. I'm talking about giving up. There's a difference. You think that bastard would want you sitting here sniveling? Uraraka looked up, eyes red. I'm not giving up. Then what are you doing? She stopped. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It's just. Then stop whining. He scowled. If you're not giving up, then prove it. Get stronger. He took out a book and uttered without looking up. Strong enough that next time the League tries something, you're the one saving people. That's how you honor the dead if they were dead. But until I see a body, I'm not believing that bastard went down so easily. That's all I want to hear on this topic, so stop moping around. It's damn depressing. The room was very quiet. Uraraka stared at him. And if he's dead? She asked. Then get strong enough to make the League regret every decision that led to that outcome. Bakugo's voice was even. Simple. That's not simple. The door was pushed open as Todoroki entered. TCH. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Nobody said it was easy. I said it was simple. Ribbit. He's not wrong. He could have said it nicer, Kaminari muttered. Would nicer have worked? Azui asked. Kaminari considered this. Probably not. The door opened again. Mina arrived, slightly breathless, hair windswept from presumably arguing with her parents right up until they dropped her off. She looked at the half-empty classroom, took a breath, and took her seat without comment. 3 minutes later, the door slid open one final time. Aizawa Shoyuta stepped in, right arm healed from Hosu. Everyone sat up straight. He walked to the podium, set down a folder, and turned to face them. He looked worse than usual, more exhausted, eyes bloodshot, taking in the faces present and registering the ones absent. He let out a sigh that conveyed said exhaustion before beginning. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning, Sensei," the class replied. "I hope you've all said goodbye to your families," Aizawa began. "Because as you all should know, starting today, you won't be returning to your homes until you graduate." The proclamation, though expected by some, still felt uncomfortable to hear. "I'm not going to sugarcoat this. You all know what happened. As of now, Yuta is presumed dead." Several students visibly flinched. Does he have to be so blunt about it? The Yamanote line disappeared 7 days ago with 716 passengers aboard. The search has been suspended. The statistical likelihood of finding survivors at this point is effectively zero. Urarika's hands tightened in her lap. However, Aizawa continued, "Until we have confirmation, until we have a body, we treat this as missing, not dead. Is that understood?" "Yes, Sensei," the class murmured. "You're allowed to grieve. You're allowed to be angry. You're allowed to feel however you need to feel about this situation." His eyes swept the room. "But you're also allowed to move forward. That's what it means to be a hero, to keep going even when things seem impossible. So if you want to honor him, you do the same. You keep training. You keep learning. You become the kind of heroes who can prevent tragedies like this from happening again." Heavy silence filled the room. Ida raised his hand. "Sensei, what about security measures? What is being done to prevent another attack?" "Good question." Aizawa pulled a document from his folder. "Effective immediately, UA is implementing a mandatory dormitory system. All course students, be it hero course or not, will live on campus under 24-hour hero supervision." Murmurs rippled through the class. Additionally, any off-campus activities will require security escorts. No solo travel. No public transit. School-provided transportation only. "What about visiting our families?" Yairozu asked. "To prevent any accidents, no. I hope you understand that we're not imprisoning you. We're protecting you. The League has proven they can target you anywhere. Within these walls, you are the safest you can be." No one responded. The price of safety was high, but after the last week, no one was willing to haggle. "Gather your things," Aizawa said, closing his folder. "We're moving to the dormitories now. I'll show you to your accommodations, explain the rules, and then you'll have the rest of the day to settle in. Classes are suspended for today. We resume normal schedule tomorrow. UA. Dormitories. Heights Alliance. 9:45 a.m. The dormitory building was impressive even by UA standards. For stories of modern architecture, floor-to-ceiling windows, and a common area that looked more suited to a luxury hotel than student housing. Courtesy of Midnight's decorative IQ and Mr. Cementas's quirk. Aizawa stood at the entrance as Class 1A filed in. "Boys' rooms are on the left wing, girls on the right," Aizawa explained. "Common areas are shared. Kitchen, laundry, study rooms." You're responsible for your own cooking and cleaning. This isn't a hotel." He gestured to a board displaying room assignments. "Your belongings will be delivered this evening. For now, familiarize yourselves with the layout. Curfew is 10 p.m. Anyone found outside their room after that without a valid reason will face disciplinary action." "Are we?" Kaminari started. Aizawa's gaze shifted to him. "Go ahead," asked. "What about the rest of our class?" U.A is in touch with Air Guardians. Most have a wait-and-see attitude while others will need more persuasion. With any luck, everyone should be together in another week. Ida's hand went up next. "Sensei, when will normal classes resume?" "Tomorrow. Regular schedule. You have today to settle in and process." Aizawa's eyes swept across the room. "Use it wisely." He turned toward the door, then stopped. "One more thing. There will be a memorial service for the Yamanote Line victims next week. Attendance is optional but strongly encouraged. Details will be announced later." With that, he walked out. The class stood in silence. "So," Kirishima said, "I guess this is home now." "It's nice, Ribbit." "Nice isn't the word I'd use," Bakugo muttered, grabbing his room key from the assignment board. "But whatever. I'm checking out my room." He headed upstairs without waiting for a response. One by one, the others followed suit, scattering to explore their new living arrangements with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Uraraka stood in the common area for a moment longer, looking at the empty spaces where half their class should have been. "You coming?" Mina asked from the stairs. "Yeah," Uraraka said quietly. "I'm coming." Outside Heights Alliance. Aizawa stood on the steps outside the dormitory, staring up at the cloudless sky. The campus was quieter than it should have been. "You look like hell, Aizawa." Aizawa didn't lower his gaze. "All might." Toshinori Yagi stepped up beside him in his skeletal form, hands tucked into the pockets of his oversized suit. He looked up at the same sky Aizawa had been staring at. "How did it go?" Toshinori asked. 11 showed up. The rest are still deciding. "That's more than I expected, honestly." "Is it?" 11 out of 20. That's barely half. 11 is 11 more than 0, Toshinori replied. "And the rest will come around. Nizu is very persuasive when he needs to be." Aizawa didn't respond. They stood in silence for a moment. "You can't keep doing this to yourself," Toshinori said finally. "Doing what?" "Blaming yourself for something you couldn't have predicted or prevented. I could have kept him at UA. And if the League had attacked the school again, would that have been better? They wouldn't have. They already did once. There's no feeling if those lunatics would do the same again. At least I would have been there, and maybe 700 people wouldn't have died as a result. Maybe. Or maybe you'd be standing here with a different kind of guilt." Toshinori turned to look at him. "You made a call, Aizawa. You can't control what villains do. None of us can." Before Aizawa could respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, glancing at the screen. Unknown number. He frowned. Unknown caller. "Probably the HPSC," Toshinori shrugged. "They've been calling everyone non-stop." Aizawa answered anyway. Eraserhead. The silence on the other end lasted for 3 seconds. "Hey there, Sensei." The voice was rough, tired, and shockingly familiar. Aizawa went completely still. Beside him, Toshinori noticed the sudden change. "Aizawa? What?" Aizawa held up his free hand, silencing him. "Akutami?" Unknown location, Philippines, 10:18 a.m. Japan Standard Time, 11:18 a.m. local time. Yuta Akutami stood in a phone booth on a street corner in what appeared to be a small coastal town. He wore a dark hoodie pulled low over his face and loose-fitting pants that looked like they'd been borrowed or bought in a hurry. "Miss me?" The silence that followed the name Akutami was deafening. Toshinori, who had been leaning casually against the railing, practically jolted upright. His sunken eyes widened, fixed on Aizawa's face, searching for a sign that the news was a cruel joke. Aizawa gripped the phone so hard the plastic creaked. However, his physical reaction didn't go any further. "Repeat that," Aizawa commanded before All Might could verify what was going on. On the other end, the sound of a passing motorbike and the distant chime of a bell drifted through the receiver. Then that same voice chuckled. "I said, miss me? Though judging by the funeral tone of your voice, I'm guessing the school already held the wake." Aizawa exhaled, heavily at that. "Wow, I'm almost upset about how little faith you have." "Where are you?" Aizawa asked, his professionalism returning in an instant. "Status. Injuries. Give me a location now." "Well, I'm alive, Sensei. As far as injuries go, I have a ridiculously high vitality, so if I had any wounds, I probably healed before I even woke up." Yuta replied flatly as he scanned his surroundings. "As for where, I'm not in Japan. Not even close." "Aizawa, is it really?" Toshinori whispered, his voice trembling. Aizawa hit the speakerphone button. "There's a teacher with me here, Akutami. Talk." "What happened on that train?" There was a long pause. The street sounds on the other end continued. Then, "Everyone else is dead," Yuta said. "The entire train was warped away by the League of Villains, as you probably already guessed. Kirojiri dropped us from the sky into the Pacific. The impact, most didn't survive the initial hit. The ocean took those I could save, and that did. I tired as best as I could. Couldn't hold safe any of them. Then the storm hit." Toshinori bowed his head, his hand clenching into a fist over his heart. Whatever small hope he had was completely gone now. 716 people, Aizawa said, face darkening. "And you're the only survivor. Seems that way." "Oh, apparently I can walk on water now," he uttered. "That and sheer dumb luck of being found before I could die of hypothermia." Toshinori finally spoke. "Young Akutami, I know you have been through a lot, but the victims, their families, do you have any information that could help the search efforts? Any detail about where?" "I don't know," Yuta interrupted. "I was swallowed by the storm and found on the ocean. I can't give coordinates for where the train was sent to or where I was before the storm. All I knew was that I was 1,000 kilometers from the nearest land when I woke up 2 days later." He paused, eyes cold. "Even if I did know, there probably wouldn't be anything left from the wreckage. Any further search would probably be futile." Silence followed after that. "So, how's everything back there?" Aizawa exhaled again. "The passenger manifest was released 3 days ago. Your name is on it. You and everyone else on the train have been officially declared missing, presumed dead. The search was suspended yesterday." Yuta clenched his fist. "And my mother?" Aizawa's expression darkened. "She's in the hospital. Aries' quirk went out of control when the news broke." Yuta's face changed drastically. "What?" Upon getting to land, he had been given new clothes before being shooed off the boat. The first thing he did after was come to this very phone line and phone his home number. Obviously, there was no reply. "What do you mean went out of control? What happened?" "It would seem your sister's quirk was classified wrongly," Aizawa replied with a frown. "Her quirk does more than give her horns. It also allows her reverse time on whoever is affected by it. Your mother was caught in the rewind, but luckily, I was able to neutralize the effect before it got dire. She's been at you, receiving treatment ever since. Your sister's here too." Creak. It was Yuta's turn to squeeze. I see. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. I can't rest assured now knowing they're safe." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. finding something not quite right with those choice of words. We are sending a retrieval team the moment we ping this signal. If you're out of the country, we'll coordinate with the local embassy and arrange extraction immediately. Stay where you are. Don't draw. No. Aizawa stopped mid-sentence. What? I don't think I'm coming back. Not yet, at least. Toshinori's eyes widened. Young man, you can't be serious. Unfortunately, I am, sir. Aizawa's brows furrowed. This isn't a joke, Akutami. Yeah, it's my life and it sucks. But there isn't much I can do about it like this. Explain yourself. Aizawa's voice dropped. On the other end, Yuta was sure that he had that intimidating glare he used whenever his eyes were red. You are a 16-year-old boy in a foreign country with no legal standing and a target on your back. Not coming back is not an option on the table. Sensei, look at what happened. Yuta's voice was unervingly steady. The League dropped a train into the Pacific just to kill one student. 700 people died because Shigaraki wanted to prove he could reach me anywhere. If I walk back into UA tomorrow, I'm just giving him a reason to try for 800 next time. Or 1,000. We have implemented a dormitory system. Young Akutami, Toshinori spoke up. There is no need for your current actions. You don't have to hide away. Sorry, sir, but 700 people just died because of me. As much as I want to believe that, I can't take that chance. Aizawa gripped the railing of the dorm steps. You're talking about a disappearance act. For how long? A month? A year? Until I'm strong enough that I don't need to hide to keep the people around me alive. The wind swept past his hair, blowing a slight dust cloud alongside it. Sensei, if I come back right now, what happens? Aizawa frowned. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. If I show up tomorrow, alive as the sole survivor of a tragedy that killed 715 people, what happens next? Aizawa didn't answer immediately. For the first time since the call began, he didn't have a response ready. The wind hummed faintly through the dormitory railings. Then, the media storm would be immediate, Aizawa said finally. Every news outlet in Japan would descend on UA within hours. You'd be the lead story for weeks, possibly months. All the whole public reaction would be... Aizawa paused, choosing his words carefully. Mixed. Some would call you a miracle. Others would ask why you survived when no one else did. Conspiracy theories would spread. The families of the victims would be left to wonder why they survived when no one else did. Devastated, Yuta finished, because while they're burying empty coffins, I'm walking around alive. Some would be grateful I tried to save their loved ones. Others would hate me for failing, and all of them would want answers I can't give. Toshinori's expression was pained. Aizawa ran a hand through his hair, sighing. The HPSC would want a full debriefing. They'd put you under observation, possibly surveillance. Every movement you made would be monitored and documented to protect you. From the League, right? Yes. Which means constant security details, restricted movement, limited autonomy. Yuta picked up where he left off. I'd be a prisoner in everything but name, and my family would wake up to find our lives dismantled. Nothing but endless supervision and the constant fear that the League might come for us anyway. The alternative is leaving you exposed, Toshinori interjected, his voice strained. Young Akutami, I understand your concerns, but even if that is true, running alone is not the answer. You are not meant to bear this by yourself. I agree, Aizawa uttered. Sir, with all due respect, I already... Beep, beep, beep. Akutami. Aizawa started. Click. The line went dead. Aizawa immediately hit redial, but the screen only flashed International Public Terminal. Incoming calls restricted. Damn it. He tried again. Same result. Toshinori stepped closer. Can you trace it? It's a payphone. Even if I could get the HPSC to coordinate with the authorities, it would take hours. Aizawa lowered the phone, and he'd be long gone by then. What do we do now? I'm going to see Nizu, Aizawa frowned. He needs to know. If not, it's entirely possible Akutami won't come back. What do you mean, won't come back? The voice came from behind, rather than the phone. Aizawa's head snapped around, his quirk activating on instinct. Standing side by side just inside the doors of the Height Alliance lobby were Bakugo and Todoroki. Did something else happen, Mr. Aizawa? Todoroki asked. Yeah, sensei. The voice came from above. Aizawa's head snapped up to the second-floor windows of Heights Alliance. For faces stared down at them. Midoriya, Uraraka, Ajui, and Mina. Manila, Philippines, payphone booth. Yuta stood in the booth, staring at the dead receiver in his hand. Your call time has expired. Please insert additional payment to continue. He'd run out of coins. Of course he had. He hung up the phone and slammed his head against the glass. I'll call again later, he thought with an exhale. He still needed to talk to them. His mom, Eri, his classmates maybe, and of course, the principal. They deserved to know he was alive. That aside though, he raised his head, sighed, and stepped out of the booth, running a hand through his hair. What am I supposed to do now? What do I do now? Yuta stood outside the phone booth, staring at the dead receiver through the scratched glass. The Manila heat was overwhelming during this time of year. The air was humid, carrying the mingled scents of frying street food, exhaust fumes, and the ocean somewhere beyond. Everything looked chaotic. The first mate of the Kanemaru had been kind enough to give him a change of clothes, a faded gray hoodie and dark cargo pants, and a handful of Philippine pesos. He had spent the last of the coins on a call that had probably just shattered the peace of his teachers' lives. I'm in the southeast. Not exactly the best neighborhood for a dead man, Yuta thought, his eyes scanning the colorful, chaotic flow of jeepneys and motorbikes. He knew enough from his general studies geography to know he was roughly 3,000 kilometers from Mizudafu. The crew of the Kanemaru had mentioned it in passing during his recovery. Manila's rough if you don't know the streets. The place is chaotic. Crime rates are up there. Quirk laws are different too. Be careful who you offend. Might just get attacked on the streets before you can tell what their quirk is. Things are that different from Japan. Huh? Yuta thought as he surveyed his surroundings. In Japan, even the suburbs and outskirts looked highly modernized. Manila, the capital of the Philippines, was the opposite. The buildings were a chaotic mix of old Spanish colonial architecture and modern glass and steel towers. Street vendors lined every available space, selling everything from grilled meat skewers to counterfeit electronics. The crime rates were up to a dazzling 38%. For context, Japan was at barely 6%, while most countries had a minimum of 20%, meaning he had to be careful of street crime and robbery. Well, not like I have anything valuable anyway. He reached into his pocket, fingers brushing against nothing but lint. I just need to find a place to stay. Then, Yuta thought, then what? Find work. He began to walk, his mind racing. Well, it wouldn't take long for U.A to find him if that's what he did. However, he needed money for food and shelter. Also a new set of clothing. I'm 16, foreign, and officially dead. Not exactly employable. Yuta sighed in irritation. No one ever said this was going to be smooth. I guess Boom! A building 3 blocks down erupted in a plume of fire and shattered glass. The force of the blast sent a nearby tricycle taxi tumbling onto its side. Screams erupted right after as civilians scrambled away. Seriously, Yuta frowned at the sight in the distance. He channeled chakra into his eyes on instinct, activating his Sharingan. The world turned dark in an instant. Quite literally turned dark. TCH. Still nothing. 3 days have passed since he woke up on the Kanemaru, and his body had only returned to normal last night. His Sharingan, however, was a different case. Despite trying everything, he was unable to determine the problem. The only thing he knew was that his eyes hadn't healed yet from whatever had gone wrong. Losing all sight, his mounting irritation only grew as he deactivated his Sharingan. Boom! Just then, 2 plumes of smoke shot out of the destroyed building. Yuta's eyes narrowed as 2 figures emerged from the smoke. A villain with some kind of kinetic discharge quirk clashing with a local hero whose body seemed composed of a semi-liquid mercury. They clashed mid-street, the impact sending shockwaves through the pavement. Villains! My wares! Forget the wares, darn woman. Run. A fight, Yuta observed, staying at the edge of the dispersing crowd. Hero versus villain. Seems that's the same everywhere. The kinetic villain roared something in Tagalog, his hands glowing with supercharged energy. The hero responded, her own quirk manifesting as her mercury form shot out at rapid speeds, dodging strike after strike. The exchange caused massive destruction to the surroundings. Neither seemed capable of harming the other, as one couldn't get close despite her speed and the other couldn't hit. This is going to drag on, or so Yuta thought. Unfortunately, life was always full of surprises. That's it. I've had it. The villain, frustrated after constant attacks, gathered a massive sphere of crackling energy between his palms. He pointed at the hero. Fine then. You forced my hand. He shifted his finger to the side. The hero's eyes widened. Don't you dare. Then save them if you can. Then he threw it, thrusting the attack forward with enough force to level a city block. The hero's eyes widened. She had a split second to choose. Defend against the hit or dodge and let it strike the building. She dodged. The sphere of energy hurtled directly toward the crowded market street behind her, straight toward a group of fleeing civilians and, coincidentally, Yuta himself. Did she just? There wasn't time to finish the thought. The projectile was maybe 10 meters away now. The civilians were screaming, trying to run, but they wouldn't make it. You've got to be kidding me. His body moved on instinct as he turned towards the crowd. The moment he did, a familiar sensation of running chakra ran through his physique. In an instant, Yuta turned into a zagging blur, shooting through the civilians. The next moment, the street exploded. Meanwhile, what do you mean won't come back? The voice came from behind, rather than the phone. Aizawa's head snapped around, his quirk activating on instinct. Standing side by side just inside the doors of the Height Alliance lobby were Bakugo and Todoroki. Did something else happen, Mr. Aizawa? Todoroki asked. Yes, sensei. The voice came from above. Aizawa's head snapped up to the second-floor windows of Heights Alliance. Her faces stared down at them. Midoriya, Uraraka, Ajui, and Mina. Aizawa's quirk deactivated. He exchanged a single look with Toshinori, who had gone very still. It's nothing. Huh. As I said. Nothing you should concern yourselves with, Aizawa uttered without any intention of explaining. However, Bakugo clearly wasn't going to take that for an answer. You said that bastard's name, Bakugo demanded, taking a step forward. What do you mean he won't come back? What did the phone say, sensei? Todoroki's eyes flicked between Aizawa and All Might. Has Yuta been found? Wait, what? Mina's voice came from above. Sensei, is that true? I'm gonna get a migraine. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his head. There have been new developments. Developments that are currently classified and tied to a sensitive investigation. I can't discuss details. For now, go back to settling into your rooms. Keep your fingers crossed. That's not an answer, Bakugo snapped. It's the only one you're getting. Aizawa's voice dropped into a tone that usually meant punishments for whoever pushed further. This is not up for discussion. All of you back to your activities. Now. But Midoriya started. Now. The 6 students looked at each other, clearly wanting to press, but Aizawa's expression left no room for argument. Slowly, they dispersed, though Bakugo's glare promised this conversation wasn't over. Once they were out of earshot, Toshinori spoke quietly. Should we? No. Aizawa shook his head. Come on. Nizu needs to hear about this immediately. Principal Nizu's office. Nizu looked up from his desk as they entered, instantly reading the tension in their postures. Judging by your expressions, I assume this isn't a social visit. We have a situation. Aizawa went straight to the point. Oh, I see. Nizu replied with that unsettling smile. Please sit. Explain. Aizawa remained standing. Yuta is alive. The smile only widened. Oh, how wonderful. How do you know this? He called me, just now, from an international payphone. Nizu's paws folded on his desk, his expression brimming with interest. I see. And what did he say? Aizawa recounted every detail of the conversation. The explanation of what happened to the train. The confirmation that everyone else was dead weighed heavily on him. Yuta's refusal to return. He was concerned about the League, the media, and the HPSC. The call was cut off mid-conversation. When he finished, Nizu was quiet for a long moment. He didn't specify his location? Nizu asked. Only that he's not in Japan. The call showed as international, but that's all we have. And he didn't say when he'd contact you again? No. Call cut off before we could arrange that. Aizawa's frustration was evident. No way to contact him first, Nizu mused. No location. No scheduled follow-up. He's maintaining complete control of the communication. That's not reassuring, Toshinori uttered. On the contrary, it's quite intelligent. Nizu leaned back in his chair. Young Akutami is ensuring we can't force his hand. We can't send a retrieval team if we don't know where he is. We can't pressure him if we can't initiate contact. He holds all the cards. He's 16, Aizawa said flatly, and alone in a foreign country. A 16-year-old who survived what should have been certain death, saved dozens of people in the process, and is now making calculated tactical decisions about his own safety. Nizu's smile returned. I'd say he's more capable than most adults in his position. That doesn't make it acceptable. No, but it does mean we need to approach this strategically rather than emotionally. Nizu turned to his computer. Let me see what we can determine from the information we have. His paws moved across the keyboard with surprising speed. International call. Payphone. Background sounds you mentioned. Motorbikes, vendors speaking what you thought might be Tagalog or another Southeast Asian language. Bells chiming. The fact that he was 1,000 kilometers away from Japan at sea, most likely picked up by a cargo ship on the Pacific. Nizu's eyes darted across the glowing monitors, his mind moving through variables faster than the computer could process the raw data. If he was found 2 days after the storm, 1,000 kilometers out, and docked recently, Nizu pulled up a map. Given the ocean currents, the timing of his rescue, and typical cargo routes of the Pacific primarily lead to 3 major hubs: Singapore, Kaohsiung, or the Philippines. Most likely the Philippines. Possibly Manila or another major port city. That's still a massive search area, Aizawa said. Indeed, and we have no jurisdiction there. Even if we contacted local authorities, what would we tell them? Nizu chuckled. Forgive me, Principal, but you seem awfully cheery in this situation. Why wouldn't I be all might? It's not every day I learn one of my students once thought dead is still alive. He stopped clicking his keyboard. All right, I've gone through every possibility, and with our current problem at hand, we need a different approach. What kind of approach? Tashinori asked. One that gives him what he's asking for while maintaining our responsibility to protect him. Nizu closed the map. He's right about the complications of returning. The media attention would be overwhelming. The HPSC would likely place him under restrictive surveillance. And the League, if they discover he survived, they will try again. Aizawa frowned. We can bring him back to the country quietly. For now, no one has to know. Nizu shook his head. True, but that won't work for him. Why not? Because after this incident, young Akutami is no longer operating under the mindset of a student. Nizu replied, his gaze fixing on the static image of a shipping route. From your recount, I believe he has developed a profound and perhaps justified distrust of the system's ability to keep those around him safe. If we tell him we are bringing him back to hide in the dorms or anywhere else in Japan, he will see it as nothing more than a change of cages. To him, the risk remains the same. As long as he is in Japan, the League has a focal point for their malice. Nizu tapped a claw against his chin. This child has an incredibly fierce sense of autonomy. Just like the sports festival, he has weighed the pros and cons of his situation and decided that his absence is a net positive for everyone he cares about. Keep in mind that young Akutami came to the hero course from general studies. He, just like many others, also participated in the entrance exams but failed initially. However, barely a month later, he was able to take second in the sports festival. Nizu's smile faded somewhat. With his ability to triumph over the hero course who have had longer time practicing and initially stronger quirks, it is no surprise that he has his own pride. That said, his mention of his desire to get stronger also points to a rather disturbing fact. That he doesn't believe it can help him grow better than he can help himself. In this scenario, unless we can solve the situation and prove otherwise, he would prefer to trust himself more than trust us. All Knight's face turned grim. This is bad. Aizawa didn't look any better. However, the fact that he called in the first place shows that he doesn't want those he cares about to remain in the dark. If anything, he's calling precisely so we can find a solution that would satisfy both him and us. If we give him an answer that doesn't satisfy him or try to force a secret return, he will be certain that there is no better way for him and simply vanish again. This time, perhaps, in a way that even I cannot track. Then what do? We can't just let him stay in a foreign country, can we? All Might asked. No, we can't, and he is very well aware of this, Aizawa replied. Indeed. So we prepare an alternative, Nizu said calmly. Something we can offer when he calls back, whenever that may be. A solution that addresses his concerns while keeping him safe and supervised. What kind of alternative? He said he wouldn't return to Japan. He did say he wouldn't return to Japan. Nizu smiled again, turning his screen to reveal a highly classified dossier. But he never said he wouldn't go somewhere else. Somewhere that offers him the two things he craves most: security for his family and the strength to no longer need to hide. Somewhere that is technically international soil, protected by the most advanced security systems in existence, and, most importantly, beyond the reach of the Japanese media and the HPSC. Nizu clicked a button, and a holographic map of the Pacific appeared, centered on a massive, moving artificial structure. Island. Tashinori was stunned. The moving city of scientists. Precisely. Nizu pulled up additional files. Security specifications, research facility layouts, educational programs. A mobile sovereign state dedicated to quirk research and hero support technology. Officially neutral territory with its own jurisdiction. completely independent of Japanese oversight. You want to send him there? Aizawa asked. I want to offer him the option. Nizu nodded. The I-Island Expo occurs in 2 months. However, the facility itself operates year-round as a research institution. All Might, you have a personal connection with the head scientist, correct? Toshinori nodded slowly. David Shield. He's been my friend since we were young. He turned to Aizawa. He's the one who designed most of my support equipment over the years. And would he be willing to sponsor a research internship for a student with special circumstances? David would help if I asked, Toshinori. But Nizu, are you suggesting we send Akutami there for 2 months until the expo? Longer, potentially. Nizu's paws folded on his desk. Consider what I-Island offers that UA cannot in this situation. He would able to live, move, and act freely without having to worry about public scrutiny or recognition. It also mitigates his worries of the League of Villains learning about his existence. As for hero training, I-Island has state-of-the-art training facilities designed specifically for quirk development and analysis. While he might lack the theoretical and practical applications of being a hero, if young Akutami truly needs to grow stronger, I-Island is actually better suited to cater to that need than we can. Nizu paused. While he spends his time there, we can deal with the dangers awaiting before his return. He gets supervision and we don't lose our student. It's a winning scenario for everyone. Aizawa's brows furrowed. It's actually a good plan, Nizu. Of course it is. I came up with it. But it's missing one thing. Yuta stayed away to keep his mother and sister safe. If he's on I-Island and they're here, he'll still feel like he's leaving them behind as targets. Quite the opposite. Nizu pulled up 2 additional files. One marked Akutami, AIKO, and another marked ERI. We relocate them to I-Island as well. The room went silent. You want to send his mother and sister out of the country too? Yes, why not? Young Akutami's entire reason for staying away is to protect his family from League retaliation. His call was mainly for his family. So what better way to make sure he agrees than bringing them along with him? His mother is still recovering. We still aren't certain her body is fine after. I-Island has medical facilities that surpass even Recovery Girl's capabilities. Nizu interrupted. David Shield's research facility has been developing quirk-related medical technology for decades. They have specialists who work specifically with prosthetics integration and nerve regeneration. Not to mention with Recovery Girl's reports, it might not fully be needed. In either case, they could provide better ongoing care for Aiko's condition than we can offer here. The same can be said for Eri. Her quirk is dangerous and poorly understood. Nizu said. She accidentally rewound her own mother and we barely stopped it in time. It would be best if she had people dedicated to helping her. I-Island is better equipped for such scenarios. They could help her learn to control her ability in ways we cannot. With equipment, research, and expertise specifically designed for that purpose. We can't always have you on standby in case anything goes wrong. Aizawa was quiet for a while. You're using his family as bait, he said finally. Oh please. I'm simply reuniting a traumatized family in the safest location available. Nizu corrected. The fact that it also convinces Akutami to accept supervision is simply a blessed coincidence. Logically speaking, barring any unexpected circumstances, he should now have no reason to refuse. The only problem we have now is on your end, Toshinori. Nizu turned to All Might. While you might be friends, this is asking a lot of him. Harboring a student who's officially deceased, housing his family, providing cover for all of it. All Might shook his head. It should be no problem. Barring any unexpected circumstances, that is, David's always believed heroes should help each other, especially when the system fails them. I would have to get in touch, but this shouldn't be too much. And if he refuses? Aizawa asked. Then we're no worse off than we are now, Nizu admitted. But I don't believe he will. This gives him everything he wants. Time, space, family, and safety. Aizawa looked at Toshinori. You'd really ask Shield to do this? For one of my students? Toshinori's voice was firm. Yes, I'll call David today. Explain the situation. He'll understand. Then it's settled, Nizu said, closing the files. When Akutami calls back, we present this option. Aizawa nodded. What about the other students? Should we let them know? It would make them all feel better. Perhaps, but I wouldn't advise that. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Why not? Because we have no guarantee of how long it will take for Akutami to contact us again, Nizu replied, his small paws interlaced. And more importantly, the fewer people who know a secret, the less likely it is to be whispered in the wrong ears. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You're still thinking about the security breach at the USJ. I am, Nizu admitted. The League of Villains possessed our curriculum schedule. They knew exactly where we would be, when we would be there, and who would be present. Until I can account for every variable that led to that leak, I must operate under the assumption that we are not the only ones listening to conversations within these walls. All Might's expression darkened. A traitor in UA? A possibility I cannot ignore, Nizu said. If word gets out that young Akutami is alive before he and his family are safely within the sovereign borders of I-Island, we risk everything. If the League learns he survived, they will not wait for him to come to them. They will strike the hospital or they will strike the transport. Nizu turned back to his monitors. Keep the students in the dark for now. Their grief is public and therefore it is the best cover Akutami has. If they suddenly become hopeful, the change in atmosphere alone would be a signal to any observer that something has changed. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Bakugo and Todoroki aren't going to make that easy. They're already suspicious. Then give them more training, Nizu suggested with a slight smile. Exhaustion is an excellent deterrent to curiosity. Manila, Market District. The dust from the explosion hung in the air like a heavy, gray shroud. For a few seconds, there was only the ringing silence of a sudden vacuum. Then, once the aftermath of the attack had settled, the coughing began. Those hiding in the buildings looked outside their windows with dread. The dust dissipated, revealing the ruined streets. Lampposts, tables, wares, all gone. A massive crater had been embedded into the earth, cracks running down much further. However, there were no corpses. Destroyed limbs didn't pave the streets, nor was the stench of blood prevalent in the air. The civilians who had been bracing for a searing death opened their eyes. They weren't charred or crushed. Much to their delight, a jagged wall of earth had emerged, spiked out of the pavement at a 45-degree angle between them and the destruction on the other end. Dozens who had been closer found themselves at the other end of the far street at some point. What happened? Someone whispered in Tagalog. We should be dead. Did the hero do this? Someone whispered, looking at the semi-liquid mercury woman. But the hero was just as stunned as they were. She stood several meters away, her body still trembling as she reformed her human features, staring at the jagged rock that had saved everyone she had just abandoned. Her powers allowed her to transform herself into a substance similar to liquid mercury. With her agency based in the capital, she was an A-list hero of the Philippines, the Silver Surfer. How wouldn't she know if she was responsible or not? That could only mean another hero had arrived. Damn it, she thought, eyes searching. Although casualties were common in hero work, too large a death toll in the capital against a single villain meant her ratings would take a big hit. Hopefully, no one was recording. In the distance, her eyes caught a hooded figure dropping a middle-aged woman alongside a young girl on their feet, following which he disappeared. "Who is? Ha! You see?" The villain's voice tore through the confusion. He stood amidst the wreckage of the building he'd leveled, his hands still glowing with dying embers of kinetic energy. He hadn't seen the wall from his angle. He only saw the smoke. That's the reality of your heroes. When the heat gets too high, they melt. I hope you all enjoyed your last. The villain was halfway through his sentence when a black blur, faster than the eye could process, descended from the rooftop of a nearby Sari store. Boom! The impact drove him into the asphalt with the force of a falling meteor, carving a wide, jagged trench into the street. Boom! The villain was halfway through his sentence when a black blur, faster than the eye could process, descended from the rooftop of a nearby Sari store. The impact drove him into the asphalt with the force of a falling meteor, carving a wide, jagged trench into the street. Dust and debris erupted outward in a perfect circle. For a moment, there was only silence as the smoke cleared to reveal the villain. Until, cough, the villain coughed. Blood leaked from the side of his lips as his throat spasmed with each sound he released. He struggled to push himself up from the crater his body had created. His ears rang with a high-pitched whine that drowned out everything else, all the while feeling a resounding ache at the back of his skull. What just hit me? Just before the moment of impact, his kinetic senses had triggered. Despite that, he hadn't seen what happened. The attack, whatever it was, had caught him off guard. What he did feel, however, was his face getting enveloped by something before slamming him downwards. Ugh! He managed to get his hands under him, pushing up onto his knees. The pain slowly faded, replaced with anger. Which bastard? He had barely finished his words when his quirk signals went haywire. Instantly, his kinetic barrier went up. The next moment, the blur came back. Bang! A fist slammed into the barrier, unloading tons of force. The pavement cracked beneath him. The hastily propped up shield lasted for a split-second stalemate. In that stalemate, he still saw nothing. The shield blew apart. By the time he processed what happened, he was already 10 meters away, embedded in the side of a jeepney. 2 deep troughs were drawn on the concrete from the point of impact to his current position halfway into a car. The metallic tinge of iron flooded his taste buds. Blood welled up in his throat, flooding out the moment his lips parted. Yet before he could think, his hairs stood on end again for the 3rd time. Damn it, he thought. Unfortunately, bang, the hit landed, on his head this time. Crack. The earth beneath him cratered just like before as he slammed into the pavement. The next moment, a hand grabbed his collar and lifted him. He caught a glimpse this time of a black hoodie, a young face and empty eyes before he was thrown. Not pushed, thrown, like he weighed nothing. His body hit the ground once, twice. It skipped across pavement like a stone on water, and then it slammed into a lamppost hard enough to bend the metal. Arg! Pain flared through his ribs, all-consuming. He crumpled to the ground, gasping, unable to draw a full breath. Broken. Something's broken. Ribs. Definitely ribs. He slumped to the base of the pole, his vision tunneling into a dark, blurry pinprick. Every breath felt like swallowing broken glass. Ignoring the pain, he looked up, finally getting a proper look this time. Through blurred vision, he could see the street, the massive earth wall that had appeared from nowhere and civilians emerging from behind it, staring. Just then, a figure walked around the destroyed jeepney. What appeared was a figure in a black hoodie, black cargo pants, and nothing else. The eyes underneath locked with his, and King Kinetic felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, in the middle of the street, watching the injured villain, Yuta frowned. That was... He raised his hand and stared at it. Weird. I didn't mean to throw him that hard. The villain was 30 meters away now. Yuta had crossed the distance without thinking, grabbed him, and thrown him with enough force to bend a metal lamppost. Could he do this? Yes, he could. Could he do it without actively mobilizing his chakra? Previously, no. And yet, he just did. Chakra reinforcement gave some degree of enhanced strength, but it leaned more towards striking power instead of lifting strength. With chakra, you could destroy a meteor. Lifting one up was a different issue. I didn't even use body flicker. His hand was tingling slightly from the impact. There was neither pain nor strain, and minus the initial use of chakra to evacuate those civilians from the blast direction and warping the earth for those he couldn't reach, he had used minimal chakra for everything else. How did I move that fast? Yuta's brows furrowed, finally realizing why his body felt foreign since the moment he woke up. Even after regaining his mobility, something just didn't feel right. My chakra capacity, that's also something, isn't it? However, his Sharingan was offline to examine himself, and he hadn't had the chance to physically test himself till now. Was this his quirk or chakra bloodlines at work? Maybe both, or was it something else entirely? What the hell happened to me during those 2 days? Just then, the sound of murmurs interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw civilians were slowly emerging from their homes, windows, and hiding places. Phones were being pulled out and people were pointing at him. I need to leave. But before he could move, Hoi! Sino-ka! Yuta's head turned toward the voice. The Silver Surfer stood 5 meters away. Her mercury body solidified into a humanoid form, one hand extended cautiously. Her expression was a mixture of wariness and shame. She spoke again, rapid Tagalog that Yuta couldn't understand. Ano ang ginagawa mo dito? Saan ka nanggaling? Yuta stared at her blankly. Is that Filipino or Tagalog? He frowned. Whatever they speak here, I don't understand a word. He opened his mouth to say as much. Silver Surfer's eyes suddenly widened. Huwag! Behind him, King Kinetic had dragged himself upright against the lamppost, both hands raised and glowing with energy. Ah! Yuta turned. Die, bastard! The kinetic blast discharged. A massive sphere of destructive force rocketed directly toward Yuta and the dozen civilians who were right in the line of fire if he dodged. Damn it! Yuta's expression hardened. His right arm came up, and in that instant, multiple things happened simultaneously. His quirk activated. Muscles in his arm were hardening, density increasing exponentially beyond even what he anticipated. Chakra flooded the limb, not just internally reinforcing the structure, but externally coating it in a thick, visible layer. Dark silver energy, 3 times thicker than its previous state, enveloped his entire arm like liquid metal, so dense it looked almost solid. The kinetic blast hit. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave rippling outward, cracking windows and scattering debris. For a moment, no one could see anything. Then the smoke cleared. Yuta stood exactly where he'd been, right arm still raised and completely unharmed. Not a scratch or burn. Not even his hoodie was damaged where the blast had struck. The dark silver chakra coating slowly dissipated, fading like steam. King Kinetic stared, mouth hanging open. What are you? Silver Surfer had frozen mid-step, her mercury form rippling with shock. Yuta looked at his arm, flexing his fingers experimentally. The muscle hardening was way more effective than it should have been. And the chakra coating, that was thicker than I've ever managed before. What is happening to my body? I surrender. The villain's voice fell into his ears. He was bleeding from multiple places, and that last attack seemed to have drained a lot out of him. Oomph. King Kinetic's lips curled into something between a grimace and a smirk despite the pain. He spat a glob of blood onto the pavement and switched from Tagalog to a rough, mocking English. "I surrender, you hear? I surrender." He emphasized the word like it was a magic spell. "So you better back off now, hero. You know the rules." Yuta raised an eyebrow. "Back off." His voice didn't come out as normal. Instead, it sounded rough and distorted, like speaking through a voice modifier. It successfully creeped the villain out, the boy's voice echoing with a low, unnatural resonance that vibrated in the air. "Yeah, back off," King Kinetic repeated, his eyes darting toward the phones being held up in the crowd. He leaned his head back against the dented pole. Yuta said nothing, just stared at him with those empty eyes. King Kinetic's smirk widened slightly. "Enough intimidating. I know how this works, so take me in already. My lawyer will have me out on bail before the sun sets tomorrow anyway. And what makes you think that's gonna happen? Stop trying to scare me. High-tier quirks like mine, the government doesn't like to let them rot in a cell. They'll just offer me a rehabilitation contract or some Black Ops plea deal. With what your country's dealing with, I'm not the first, right?" Silver Surfer's expression twisted with disgust, but she didn't contradict him, because he wasn't entirely wrong. The Philippines' hero system was different from Japan's, understaffed and quite underfunded. The government had been known to cut deals with villains who had valuable quirks, rehabilitation in exchange for Black Ops work, covert operations that couldn't be traced back to official channels. It was an open secret, one that made heroes like Silver Surfer sick to their stomachs, but what could they do? The system was what it was. King Kinetic's smirk grew more confident. "So yeah, I surrender. You walk away like a good little hero." He switched back to Tagalog briefly, loud enough for the gathering civilians to hear. "Sumuko nare kayo. Tigilan nayo nare kayo. I've surrendered. Stop attacking me," setting up his defense, making sure witnesses heard him declare surrender multiple times. "You touch me after I've surrendered, and you're the one who gets in trouble. So back the piss off and let the cops deal with it from here." "I see," Yuta uttered. "So the hero system is different here, huh?" His words stunned Kinetic King. "Hold on. Aren't you?" Yuta moved. The next moment, he was standing directly in front of the villain. King Kinetic's eyes widened. "Wait, I told you I..." Yuta's hand grabbed the wrist that had fired twice. "Hold on. You can't." Yuta's grip tightened. Crack. The wrist shattered. King Kinetic's scream tore through the market district. Yuta pulled him forward by the broken wrist, bringing them face to face. His other hand grabbed the villain's collar, lifting him slightly off his feet despite the man's larger size. "Sorry," Yuta said in perfect English. "But who decided that?" King Kinetic's eyes went wide with shock and pain. "Why you? Aren't a Philippine hero?" "No. So what makes you think you get to surrender after trying to kill civilians twice?" King Kinetic's face was a mask of disbelief and agony, his body dangling like a broken doll from Yuta's iron grip. What sort of bullshit luck was this? You can't." The villain wheezed, spit and blood flecking Yuta's hood. "The cameras, they're all watching. I surrendered. You can't just kill me." Yuta's frown deepened with mounting irritation. "You do know that the more you say that, the less I actually care, right?" King Kinetic's mouth worked silently, trying to find words, trying to find some leverage, some argument that would work on this hooded stranger who clearly didn't give a damn about local laws or protocols. Yuta's grip shifted slightly on the broken wrist. He didn't squeeze harder, merely adjusting his grip, yet that alone made the villain whimper. Seeing the growing horror in his eyes, Yuta was slightly startled. "What am I doing?" The thought cut through his anger, dissipating the bulk of it. I'm standing here threatening to kill someone, in front of witnesses, on camera. Yuta's eyes flicked to the crowd. Phones raised, recording everything. This isn't justice. This is just anger. He looked back at King Kinetic, completely at his mercy. Finally, Yuta released the collar. Let the villain drop. King Kinetic hit the ground and immediately scrambled backward, pressing himself against the lamppost, cradling his broken wrist. You're lucky, Yuta said, his voice changing to a deeper touch of a young man as the distortion faded. I'm not what you think I am. Then what are you? King Kinetic gasped. Tired. Yuta turned away, walking towards the alley. Hungry too. Sandali. Magente ka. Wait. Hold on. Silver Surfer's voice tore through the silence of the street. She hadn't moved to arrest the villain yet. Her eyes were locked on Yuta's retreating back. Yuta paused. The woman seemed to be struggling to find the right words in a language he might understand. You, wait, she shouted in English, her accent thick. You can't just go. The damage, the statements. You have no license here. Yuta's dwindling irritation seemed to be doused with oil. License. He let out a laugh that wasn't quite a laugh. How rich. Get the statements from them, Yuta said, gesturing toward the civilians huddled behind his earth wall. They're the ones you almost let die. With that, he disappeared into the alley, leaving behind a broken villain, a shocked hero, and dozens of recording phones capturing every second. Manila, Market District, aftermath. The sirens were deafening, the sun reflecting off the red and blue sirens. News vans and local reporters had already crowded the scene, gathering reports on the incident that took place barely an hour ago. Not far away, local hero Silver Surfer guarded the sidelines as she stood next to the cuffed King Kinetic. The villain was no longer talking about lawyers. He was staring at the crater where he'd been slammed, his body shaking in delayed shock. The civilians didn't cheer for the arrival of the police. Instead, they walked toward the jagged wall of earth Yuta had raised. A few touched the stone, marveling at the fact that it hadn't crumbled under a blast that should have leveled the block. One young girl, still clutching a tattered bag of fruit, looked toward the alley where the gray-hooded figure had vanished. Sino Siane? Who is he, Mom? Her mother had no answer, just pulled her daughter closer and whispered a quiet prayer of thanks. Excuse me, ma'am. Silver Surfer, who had been watching, turned as a local police captain approached. His brow furrowed as he looked from the bent lamppost to the now unconscious King Kinetic. We need a full report of the situation. Silver Surfer's mercury features flickered. Villain attack. King Kinetic. Known repeat offender. He fired kinetic blasts at civilians. And the vigilante? I don't know, he uttered. Unknown individual. Young male. Early 20s, I think. Black clothing. Enhanced physical abilities. She gestured to the crowd, face flat. You can get the rest from them. The officer tapped notes into his tablet. And the suspect's injuries? Her brows furrowed even more. Do I look like a doctor to you? Get an ambulance if you want to know. Before the officer could respond, a young man in a hero sidekick uniform rushed up, slightly out of breath. Silver Surfer. Ma'am, she turned. What is it? You're needed at HQ immediately. The Bureau of Hero Affairs just called. They've seen the footage of the fight and they want a debriefing immediately. The Department of Justice is calling it a priority incident. Silver Surfer let out a long, weary sigh, rubbing her temples. She looked at the wreckage of the street and then at the sidekick. A lady can't get a break around here. Her time was grumbling, realizing the paperwork for this was going to be a nightmare. Fine, let's go. But I'm not paying shit for the wall. Without waiting for a response, She shifted into her liquid mercury form and flowed away. The officer watched her go, then looked at the ruined street. "Get me every piece of footage from every phone," he said to his subordinates. "I want a full analysis, quirk identification, movement patterns, everything." "Sir, should we issue a warrant for the vigilante?" The officer hesitated. He looked at the civilians, safe and unharmed, and ultimately shook his head. "Hold on to that. Let's see what the Bureau wants first." UA High School, Principal Nizu's office, 2:45 p.m. Nizu sat surrounded by monitors, each displaying different news feeds, social media posts, and police databases from across Southeast Asia. One screen showed a video that had already gone viral. Shaky phone footage of a hooded figure blocking a kinetic blast with one arm, the dark silver energy coating visible for just a moment before dissipating. Another angle showed the same figure lifting King Kinetic off his feet, speaking words the audio couldn't quite catch, then dropping him and walking away. A third showed the massive earth wall, still standing hours after the incident. Nizu replayed the clips, analyzing every frame. From the speed he shows, there's an 85% chance that it's him. His gaze fell on the earth wall image, though I don't quite remember this being part of his skill set. His mind drifted to Hosu, where someone else had used the same thing. However, the scale then was much weaker than this one. After all, that was for only 2 people then. How interesting. With Aizawa's and All Might's departure, Nizu, of course, hadn't simply waited for Yuta to get in touch but actively sought him out instead. Young Akutami is intelligent, but he's also 16 and traumatized. He will make mistakes, and when he does... Sure enough, he didn't have to wait too long after and this happened. However, if this is him, his current mental state is quite precarious. The brutality of the wrist break in the footage hadn't escaped Nizu's notice. Thankfully, however, he had made the right choice. That means the trauma hasn't completely consumed him. Nizu made notes in his digital file. Subject: Akutami, Yuta. Location: Manila, Philippines. Status: alive, mobile. Psychological state: volatile but controlled. Threat assessment: moderate to self and others if left unattended. Recommendation: immediate contact and extraction. He leaned back in his chair, now to get in contact without scaring him away. Just then, his private line rang. He answered immediately. Yes. Nizu listened without interruption. His expression shifted from curiosity to a genuine, warm delight. "I see. That is quite the timing," he said into the receiver. "Is the stability consistent? Excellent. No, do not move her yet. I will be there shortly to handle the explanation personally. It would be best if she hears it from me." He hung up the phone and hopped down from his chair, grabbing his small blazer. UA Infirmary. Recovery girl stood beside the bed, checking vitals on a tablet. On the bed, Aiko Akutami blinked, her vision slowly clearing, trying to piece together the last thing she remembered. Her left hand was being clutched by a small figure sitting on a chair pulled up to the bedside. Eri. The little girl's face was tear-streaked, her small hands gripping her mother's with desperate intensity. "Mama," Eri whispered. "Mama, you're awake. You're okay. I'm here, sweetheart." Aiko's voice was hoarse. "I'm here. Mama." A small, choked sob came from her. A soft knock at the door drew their attention. Nizu pushed the door open, his usual cheerful demeanor on full display. "Forgive the intrusion," Nizu said, his tone warm. "But I wanted to personally welcome you back, Mrs. Akutami." Aiko blinked, processing. "Principal." "Indeed." He walked closer and bowed. "You've been unconscious for several days. Recovery girl assures me you're making an excellent recovery." My son. Aiko's voice cracked. Yuta, the train. Is he? That? Nizu interrupted gently, his smile widening. Is precisely why I'm here. Aiko's eyes widened. Eri looked up, tears still streaming down her face. I have wonderful news for you, Mrs. Akatami. Nizu's voice fell into her ears. Your son is alive. The words hung in the air. Eri gasped with widening eyes. Her grip on her mother's hand tightened so hard it should have hurt. Aiko stared at Nizu, not quite processing what she just heard. What? Her voice was barely a whisper. Yuta Akatami, Nizu repeated, is alive. He survived the Yamanote Line incident. And as of approximately 4 hours ago, I can confirm his location and status. Aiko's face crumbled. Tears spilled down her cheeks in an array of complex emotions. Relief, disbelief, joy, and all sorts of overwhelming emotion all at once. Eri sobbed openly, burying her face in her mother's side. He's alive? Aiko gasped. Where? Is he hurt? I want to. He's in Manila, Philippines, physically unharmed, recovering from the ordeal. Nizu's expression sobered. However, there are complications, which is why I needed to speak with you immediately upon your recovery. Complications? Aiko tried to sit up. Recovery girl moved to help her, propping pillows behind her back. Easy, young lady. Don't move around so much. We still can't be certain how the changes are affecting your body. Indeed, as I was saying, your son chose not to return to Japan immediately after his rescue. Nizu continued. He made contact with his homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, 3 days ago. He expressed concerns about his safety, your safety, and the League of Villains potentially targeting him again if his survival became public knowledge. Aiko absorbed the information. So he's hiding? In a manner of speaking, yes. He's taking time to process the trauma and ensure his return doesn't endanger those he cares about. A logical, if emotionally difficult, decision. I need to talk to him, Aiko uttered. Now, please. That, Nizu said gently, is more complicated. He's using public phones and hasn't provided a way for us to contact him directly. It will take a while to get to him, but while we do, he paused. We have a proposition, one that addresses his safety concerns while bringing him home. What kind of proposition? One that requires your consent and cooperation. Nizu's paws folded in his lap. But first, I need you to understand something, Mrs. Akatami. Your son has changed. The trauma of what he experienced. It's affected him. He will need support, understanding, and time. Aiko wiped her eyes. He's alive. That's all that matters. Whatever he needs, whatever it takes. I'm here. I'm glad to hear that. Nizu's smile returned. Because what I'm proposing will require all 3 of you to relocate. Temporarily. Relocate? Aiko blinked. To where? Island. A sovereign research facility in international waters. One of the most secure locations in the world, completely removed from the League of Villains' reach or public scrutiny. Aiko was stunned. You want us to leave Japan? Temporarily, Nizu clarified. Yuta would join you there. All 3 of you would be under the protection and supervision of David Shield, a close friend and colleague of All Might. The facility offers world-class medical care, advanced research capabilities, and most importantly, safety. Think of it as an extended recovery period, one that prioritizes your family's safety and Yuta's healing. Aiko looked down at Eri, who stared up at her with wide, hopeful eyes. 7 days ago, she'd thought her son was dead. Now he was alive, and someone was offering to keep all of them safe. When? She asked quietly, opening her eyes. When would the event happen? That depends on when Yuta contacts us again and agrees to the arrangement, but I estimate within the week. If it keeps him safe, then yes, we'll do it. I'm glad to hear that, Nizu said with satisfaction. In the meantime, just focus on recovering. Oh, forgive my manners. How do you feel, Mrs. Akutami? The question stunned Aiko for a moment. Then, remembering the discussion she just had with Recovery Girl, she smiled and drew Eri closer. I'm fine, Principal Nizu. The blanket over her legs brought a soft warmth, along with a modicum of pain and a numb, prickling sensation. However, the joy and happiness those sensations brought her were indescribable. In fact, I'm more than fine. That's wonderful to hear, Nizu said warmly. Then I'll leave you to rest. We'll discuss logistics once we've made contact with Yuta. He bowed slightly and exited the room. Aiko pulled Eri into a tight embrace, both of them crying, this time from relief. He's coming home, Eri whispered. Yuta's coming home. Yes, sweetheart. Aiko kissed the top of her head. He is. League of Villains hideout. The bar was dimly lit, shadows pooling in the corners. Tamura Shigaraki sat slumped in his chair, a newspaper in his hand as he read the daily proceedings. The television was off. Kurogiri stood behind the bar, polishing a glass that didn't need polishing. Didoro was somewhere getting drunk on another bottle. Rappa was somewhere, who knows where. The entire hideout was eerily quiet. Shigaraki didn't care. On the newspaper he read, the headline was bold, taking up half the front page. Yamanote tragedy. Nation in mourning. 716 presumed dead search suspended after 7 days. Beneath it, a collage of passenger photos. Faces, names, ages. Tamura's eyes didn't linger on those. He flipped to page 2. HPSC announces unprecedented security measures. We will not allow another Yamanote, says Madam President. Hee. His fingers twitched with amusement. In response to what authorities are calling the deadliest terrorist attack in modern Japanese history, the Hero Public Safety Commission has announced a comprehensive overhaul of public transportation security protocols. Effective immediately, all major rail lines will be equipped with high-detection scanners and emergency teleportation countermeasures designed to prevent warp gate interference. Additionally, pro-heroes will be stationed at high-traffic terminals during peak hours. The League of Villains has demonstrated a willingness to commit mass murder to achieve their goals, HPSC President stated at yesterday's emergency press conference. We are mobilizing every resource at our disposal to ensure this never happens again. The announcement comes alongside the formation of a specialized task force dedicated solely to locating and apprehending League of Villains members. Led by Endeavor and consisting of 47 pro-heroes, the task force has been granted emergency authority to conduct raids, interrogations, and surveillance operations. Tamura's scratching began at that. Public reaction to the tragedy has been swift and severe. UA High School, where one of the victims was a first-year student, has faced intense criticism for allowing students to travel without security details following high-profile incidents. The school announced yesterday that it will implement a mandatory boarding system for all students effective immediately. Meanwhile, civilian trust in Hero Society has reached an all-time low according to recent polling. 68% of respondents indicated they feel less safe than they did 1 month ago, while 43% expressed doubts about Hero's ability to prevent future large-scale attacks. Led by Endeavor, he muttered, his voice low and rasping. Figures. The paper crinkled under his grip. 47 pro-heroes. Emergency authority. Raids. Interrogations. Surveillance. Looks like they're finally taking me seriously. Good. A thin, crooked grin tugged at his lips. 700 dead before they stop pretending. Behind the bar, Kurogiri paused his polishing. It is no surprise. The scale of the response is unprecedented but expected. The people are scared. Hero society needs to prove now more than ever that they can control the situation. It is the only way to win back the hearts of the people. Just like Master predicted, all this because of one brat's death. Tamura noted, throwing the newspaper aside. Are you satisfied with the proceedings? Ha! His scratching stopped. Yeah, but at the same time, no. He shook his head. We killed 700 people, Kurojairi. 700. What happened? He gestured at the crumpled pages. They got organized. Organized opposition was inevitable, Kurojairi replied. The question is whether it will be effective. It doesn't matter if it's effective. He stood up. Sure, the common insects are scared. Some crying on TV. Some angry tweets. Yeah, it's satisfying. But that's all there is to it. Heroes are still walking around like nothing happened. He paced the room, hands twitching. Where's the collapse? Where's the panic? Where's the... He stopped, searching for the word. Where's the breaking point? These things take time, Kurojairi said carefully. Society doesn't crumble overnight. Besides, this is not the moment to act further. Do not underestimate Hero Society's pushbacks. As we speak, every major transport hub is under surveillance. Black markets are being swept. Informants are disappearing. Even Jiren has gone to ground. Kurojairi looked at him. This is the result of Hero Society putting in their best to eradicate us. And now is the period where things are at their most delicate. While it is true that striking again in such a short time would effectively deal a crippling blow, any actions we decide to take must be carefully thought out to prevent our base of operations getting exposed. If we wait, the frustration of the public will turn against the heroes for their inability to find us. Tamura turned on him, eyes burning. You telling me to stop? I am advising caution, Kurojairi replied. This level of pressure cannot be sustained indefinitely. Resources will strain and public fear will plateau. Before he could argue further, a red light began to pulse on the bar's communication console. It was a secure line, one rarely used for direct contact. A call? Tamura muttered, his anger dissipating somewhat. Is it the master? Kurojairi checked the frequency. No. It is a relayed signal from the broker network. It is Jiren. Kurojairi pressed a button on the console. The line went through and Jiren's voice filled the bar. Kurojairi, you there? I am. Tamura Shigaraki is present as well. Good. We need to talk. Tamura dropped back into his chair, expression already darkening. This better be important. You know what it's like out there right now. Trust me, I know, Jiren replied. I'm calling from a payphone 3 districts away from my usual spot because every place I normally operate has eyes on it. Heroes, cops, HPSC agents, the whole damn alphabet soup. So, Tamura's scratching resumed. Get to the point. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a weary sigh. The recruitment initiative you asked me to run? It's not going well. Tamura's hand stilled mid-scratch. What do you mean, not going well? I mean it's a disaster, Jiren said bluntly. I've reached out to every contact I have. Low-level thugs, mid-tier enforcers, even a few heavy hitters with actual reputations. And you know what I got? What? 6 responses. Total. Out of 43 inquiries. 6. And 3 of those were immediate no's once I mentioned the league's name. The other 3, one wanted a signing bonus of 5 million yen up front. One's a psychopath who wants to bathe in hero blood. His words, not mine. And the last one might be useful, but he asked if you had life insurance. Life insurance? Tamura shot to his feet. What the hell kind of? The smart kind, Jiren interrupted. Look, Tamura, I'm gonna be straight with you because sugarcoating this won't help anyone. I don't see anyone joining your league anytime soon. Not with what's happening right now. The underworld's spooked. Rail lines locked down. Transport hubs crawling with heroes. Black markets are getting raided left and right. No one wants to draw attention right now. Especially not for you guys who started all of it. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed. This is unusual. I assumed there would be an influx of new recruits after our last endeavor. The Yamanote line attack? Not really. Yeah, it made headlines. Yeah, it scared people. But you know what it also did? Made every villain in Japan think twice about joining you. The words hung in the air. Tamura's scratching intensified, drawing blood. Explain. Now. All right. Jiren sighed once again. I'll dumb it down then. The villain underworld operates on 3 things. Money, protection, and vision. You need at least 1 to attract talent. Preferably 2. Ideally all 3. He paused. The League of Villains? You've got none of them. That's bullshit, Tamura hissed. Is it? You've had 3 stints so far and 2 of them were failures. And what did any of that get you? Jiren cut him off. Money? No, you're not running a profitable operation. You're not robbing banks or moving product or doing anything that generates income. So anyone joining you for cash? Out. Tamura's hand clenched into a fist. Protection. Jiren continued. That's a joke right now. The crackdown is so intense that being associated with you is basically a death sentence. Every villain in Japan knows that if the heroes connect them to the League, they're getting the full treatment, raids, arrests, and interrogations. So anyone looking for safety, they're running in the opposite direction. And vision, Tamura growled. We're trying to destroy hero society. That's a cause. Is it? Jiren smirked on the other end, because from where the underworld's sitting, it looks more like you're throwing tantrums. What? Think about it, Tamura. USJ. You launched an attack on one of the most secure places in the country because All Might, the strongest person in the country, was there. Could have worked out if you achieved anything. Instead, you got all your guys arrested and had to escape. Failed. Osu. You worked with the hero killer and deployed villains to kill Endeavor to make a statement. Failed. And Yamanote. Jiren exhaled smoke. You dropped a train into the ocean because a 16-year-old embarrassed you in Hosu. That's honestly more revenge than revolutionary. Most villains want to make money, gain power, and avoid prison. Your brand of chaos? That's a hard sell. The table began decaying. Plus, Jiren continued, the kind of people you want. High-tier villains with useful quirks and actual combat experience. Those guys aren't desperate. They're not going to join some upstart group just because you made the news. And for now, the villain community doesn't see you as a leader or a visionary, Jiren said, his voice matter-of-fact. They see you as a kid with a vendetta and access to dangerous resources. And nobody wants to hitch their wagon to someone who's going to get them killed settling personal grudges. I'll kill you, Tamura roared. I'll turn you to dust right now. Well, good luck with that, Jiren said calmly. I'm kilometers away on a payphone, and even if you could, it wouldn't change the facts. Kurogiri cut in before Shigaraki could say anything else. Jiren, perhaps you could deliver this assessment with more tact. Tact doesn't change reality. Look, I'm not trying to insult you. You asked me to recruit high-tier villains. I'm telling you why I can't. So if you want me to be able to do my job, you need to change the value proposition. Offer something they can't get anywhere else. Protection. Can't do that now. Money? You'd need to start running operations. Whatever you choose to do is up to you. But I need something to work with here. Crash. The table collapsed from decay. So you're telling me that after all I've done, none of it matters? Yep. Jiren exhaled from his cigarette. Don't be mad at me. I'm actually helping you guys more than you know. Screening trustworthy applicants ain't easy. You've officially made yourself the most expensive target in the history of the underworld. Every snitch from here to Hokkaido is looking for a payday by selling your location. Hell, I'd almost be tempted if not for my good business ethics. The line on the other end went silent. Jiren raised an eyebrow before chuckling. That aside, you're asking for the impossible here, kid. The kind of people you want, they aren't on the streets. They're locked away in places like Tartarus or the Shizuoka ward. His laughter came through the phone. Hell, if you want high-tier talent that badly, you might as well just walk up to the front gate of a high-security prison and ask for a tour. It's the only place left where the residents can't run away from your recruitment pitch. They'd probably be grateful for the rescue. Hirojiri scoffed. Be serious, Jiren. Hey, I'm just saying, if you want an instant army of people who hate heroes, that's where you'd find them. Not that anyone's crazy enough to actually… Tamura interrupted. Actually, that's not a bad idea. The line went silent. In some payphone many kilometers away, Jiren froze, cigarette halfway to his lips. You! His voice was full of disbelief. You're serious? On the other end, Shigaraki's eyes were shining with light. Yeah, that could work. That could really work out. Kurojiri had gone silent. I have to say, you're not so annoying after all. That's exactly what we need. Experienced villains. People who hate heroes as much as I do. We need an army. He started pacing again, ideas sprouting left and right. And what better way to get them than liberating them ourselves? Kurojiri raised his hand. Tamura Shigaraki, this is not a decision to make lightly. Prison facilities have layered defenses precisely to prevent these events. In the current situation, there will be a high hero response, as well as… All Might, Tamura finished. Yeah, I know. His eyes gleamed, carrying no trace of disappointment. In that case, I'll just have to ask Master for a little help. Just then, the speaker on the wall crackled to life. Well, All for One's voice filled the room, amused and approving. It seems my student is learning. Tamura straightened immediately. Master, a prison break. How delightfully ambitious. The tone was clearly pleased. Tell me, Tamura, what do you hope to accomplish? All Might's apartment, 6 p.m. Toshinori Yagi sat at his small kitchen table, phone in hand, staring at David Shield's contact information. He'd been sitting here for 20 minutes. All right, just contact David. Explain the situation. Secure his help. Simple enough. Except, how do I explain this? Toshinori ran a skeletal hand through his hair. David, hey, I'm not sure if you're aware yet, but one of my students was supposedly killed in a train incident. Turns out he's alive, and due to a series of events, he is hiding in the Philippines because of the League of Villains, and I need you to harbor him and his family on Island for several months. Interested? He sighed. No, be direct. David understands crisis situations. He'll help. Toshinori hit the call button. It rang 3 times before a familiar voice answered. Toshinori, to what do I owe the pleasure? David Shield's voice was warm and enthusiastic, exactly as Toshinori remembered. David, it's good to hear your voice. Likewise, my friend, though I have to say you don't sound like yourself. What's wrong? Always perceptive. I need to ask you for a favor, Toshinori said. A big one. Name it. You know I'd do anything for you. I need you to provide sanctuary for a student and his family on Island for several months. Sanctuary? David's tone shifted to concern. Toshinori, what's going on? Have you been following the news from Japan? The Yamanote Line incident. Of course, tragic. I've heard one of the U.A students there was involved in... No, wait. David's voice was filled with surprise. Is this student? He survived, Tashinori confirmed. Barely. He's currently in Manila, recovering. But he can't return to Japan yet. It's complicated. Complicated how? The next few minutes were spent explaining the situation. They dropped an entire train into the ocean to kill him. If he returns publicly, they'll try again. He knows this, which is why he chooses to stay away to prevent any chance of that happening. But we can't let him roam outside freely. He needs proper care, training, and support. And his family needs protection too. I see. So you want him to come to the island? Yes, somewhere the League can't reach. Somewhere he can recover without putting others at risk. And his family? His mother and younger sister both need medical attention for separate reasons. Island's facilities are better equipped than anything we have in Japan right now. Tashinori. David's voice was careful. Island isn't a witness protection program. We're a research facility. If the League of Villains is actively hunting this boy, bringing him here could endanger everyone on the island. I know, Tashinori admitted, which is why I wouldn't ask if I had any other option. I see. All right, David said finally. Send me the details. Medical histories, quirk documentation, everything. I'll need to brief Melissa and prepare accommodations. When were you thinking? As soon as possible. Within the week, if you can manage it. I'll make it work. David's tone was resigned but warm. You know I can't say no to you, Tashinori. I know. And I'm grateful. Don't mention it. Just be careful, my friend. If the League is escalating like this, the situation is going to get worse before it gets better. I know. They said their goodbyes, and Tashinori ended the call. He stared at his phone for a long moment, then pulled up his email and began drafting the files David would need. As he typed, a small smile crossed his gaunt features. You're going to be safe, young Akutami. I promise you that.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going. Plus, it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.